Pocket jacks, the hand every poker player both loves and dreads. It's powerful enough to win fortunes, yet delicate enough to destroy confidence in a single heartbeat. Tonight, we'll explore the story of these two cards with patience and understanding. You'll learn how to play them, how to think through every board, and how to keep your mind clear even when fear rises. The goal isn't to win every pot. It's to master calm thinking in the storm of decision. Welcome to the study of pocket jacks. Chapter 1. The Emotional Hand. Pocket jacks are a paradox. They sit on the edge between comfort and chaos. When you look down and see two jacks, your heart usually jumps. It feels like a premium hand, close to the power of queens or kings. Yet every player who has played long enough has a story about losing badly with them. This mix of confidence and fear gives the hand its emotional weight. To understand pocket jacks, you must first understand the tension they create inside you. Many players feel a rush when the cards arrive, followed by a wave of anxiety. They remember the times an ace landed on the flop, or the times an opponent turned over queens or kings at showdown. The memory of those moments can make jacks feel cursed. But they are not cursed. They are simply honest. Jacks reveal how you handle pressure and incomplete information. A calm player treats jacks as a strong but vulnerable hand. The first mistake many beginners make is labeling them as trouble. The second mistake is pretending they are invincible. The truth lives in between. Jacks win more often than most hands, but they lose more often than the few that are stronger. That middle space teaches emotional balance, a lesson every poker player needs. Imagine sitting in a live cash game. The blinds are 1 and 2. You are in middle position. You look down and see the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. You raise to 6. The player on the button calls. The blinds fold. You feel good, but cautious. The flop comes 10 of spades, 7 of hearts, and 3 of diamonds. This is a safe board. You make a small continuation bet, and your opponent folds. A simple hand, small profit, and calm heart. This is how jacks should feel most of the time. Controlled. Now imagine a different table. You hold the same cards, but this time the player before you raises to 8. You are next to act. The razor is tight. You remember they only open strong hands. You decide to just call, keeping the pot smaller. The blinds fold, and the flop comes. Queen of clubs, 9 of hearts, and 4 of spades. The razor bets half the pot. You think about raising, but something holds you back. You call. The turn is the king of diamonds. They bet again. This time you fold. You saved yourself money and avoided a trap. This is not weakness. It is composure. Jacks reward discipline more than bravery. The emotional challenge of this hand is learning to accept the board as it comes. When an ace or king appears, many players panic. They forget that those cards miss opponents most of the time. Instead of fear, you should feel curiosity. Ask what your opponent's range really contains. Most of the time, you will still be ahead. Patience and clarity replace panic. The best professionals view jacks as a mirror. They use the hand to check their mental state. If they find themselves irritated by small losses or greedy for quick wins, they know they are not balanced. Jacks ask for a level head. They do not forgive tilt. They remind you to slow your breathing and think logically, even when emotion stirs. It helps to remember that every hand, even aces, will lose sometimes. The goal is not to avoid losing. The goal is to make correct decisions. If you play jacks correctly again and again, you will earn profit over time. Each time you fold correctly, you prevent damage. Each time you bet for value, you gather small wins. The path to mastery lies in accepting this gentle rhythm of gain and loss. Pocket jacks also teach humility. You can make the right play and still lose. You can make the wrong play and still win. The outcome does not change the quality of your decision. Professionals separate emotion from process. When you feel frustration after a tough beat with jacks, remind yourself that you acted with reason. The cards only decide the short term. You decide the long term. As you continue this study, keep one sentence in mind: pocket jacks are strong, not perfect. Treat them as partners in discipline. When the board turns dangerous, breathe and analyze. When it stays safe, extract calm value. Over time, the fear fades and confidence grows, not from luck, but from understanding. Jacks are not your enemies. They are your teachers. They show you how to stay centered in the face of uncertainty. They invite you to think clearly, to act softly, and to let go of frustration. The next time you hold two jacks, smile. You are about to learn once again what composure feels like at the poker table. Chapter 2: The Math Behind J. To play pocket jacks with true confidence, you must understand the math behind them. Emotion alone cannot guide this hand. Jacks look beautiful, but their real power comes from numbers. Poker is a game of probability, and every hand has a measurable strength. When you see two jacks, you are holding one of the top starting hands in Texas Hold'em. It ranks just below queens, kings, and aces, and sits close to ace-king suited. Statistically, it is a hand that should make you money over time. If you could deal millions of hands and play jacks perfectly each time, you would win a large portion of them. Against a random hand, jacks win about 77% of the time. That means if you got all your chips in against a single random opponent before the flop, you would win roughly 3 out of 4 times. The remaining quarter represents the unpredictable nature of poker, the river cards, the bad beats, and the human stories that make the game so alive. The real challenge begins when your opponent does not hold random cards, but a strong range. Against another premium hand, like queens, kings, or aces, your equity drops fast. Against aces, you will only win about 18% of the time. Against kings, about 20%. Against queens, around 25%. The numbers reveal a truth: jacks are premium, but fragile. When stronger pairs appear, they lose much of their shine. Against unpaired high cards, the story changes. Against ace-king suited, jacks win, about 57% of the time. Against ace-queen suited, about 65%. These are favorable matchups, and they explain why jacks often do well against typical opening ranges. Most players open hands like ace-king, ace-queen, and middle pairs. Jacks dominate many of these combinations. That dominance is why jacks are profitable, even though they sometimes lose painful pots. To play jacks wisely, think in ranges rather than individual hands. A range is a collection of possible holdings your opponent might have based on their actions. For example, if a player raises from early position, their range might include strong pairs, ace-king, ace-queen, and some suited connectors. Against that range, Jacks still holds solid equity, usually around 60% before the flop. That means if you played the same situation 100 times, you would win about 60 of them. Now consider position. When you are in position, you act after your opponent. This gives you information and control. When you are out of position, you act first and must guess more often. Mathematically, being in position adds a small but steady edge to your results. With Jacks, that edge matters. A well-timed bet in position can protect your hand. A careful check out of position can prevent disaster. Numbers and position work together. The pot odds you receive also shape your decisions. Suppose an opponent moves all in, and the pot offers you 2-to-1 odds. You must win at least 33% of the time to make a break-even call. If your Jacks are up against a range of hands like 10s, 9s, Ace-King and Ace-Queen, your equity might hover around 55%. In that case, the math supports calling. But if you believe their range is only Queens, Kings and Aces, your equity drops far below the needed threshold. The correct play is to fold. The math shows the line between courage and recklessness. Flop texture also changes equity quickly. When an ace appears, your hand loses much of its value. Against a single overcard on the board, Jacks retain about 60% equity against typical calling ranges. Against 2 overcards, that number may fall below 40%. The board, your position, and the opponent's tendencies all combine into a web of probability. The more you learn to estimate it, the calmer your play becomes. You do not need perfect calculations in real time. What you need is a feel for these relationships. Strong hand, safe board, and weaker ranges, you are ahead. Strong hand, dangerous board, and narrow ranges, proceed carefully. Over time, these instincts become second nature. The math builds the intuition, and the intuition carries you through pressure. Many players shy away from math because it feels mechanical. But in poker, math is not cold. It is a path to peace. It tells you what is reasonable and what is risky. When emotion tries to take over, numbers bring balance. If you know your Jacks win 60% of the time in a given spot, a loss does not feel tragic. It feels like part of the pattern. You acted correctly, and the results simply fell on the wrong side of variance. Pocket Jacks are a lesson in controlled confidence. They ask you to know the odds, not fear them. They reward players who trust logic more than impulse. The numbers are there to protect you, not to cage you. Each time you play Jacks, let the math quiet your nerves. The more you understand the truth of their strength, the easier it becomes to play them without fear. Calm thought turns the chaos of the game into rhythm, and rhythm is where mastery begins. Chapter 3: Preflop Power Ranking. Before you can master pocket Jacks, you need to understand exactly where they stand in the hierarchy of poker hands. Every decision begins with an honest sense of relative strength. Preflop rankings are not about ego. They are about knowing your place in the structure of probability. When you understand how Jacks compare to other premium holdings, you play with balance and confidence instead of fear or overexcitement. In a full game of Texas Hold'em, there are 169 distinct starting hands when suits are ignored. Pocket Jacks rank as the 4th best pair, sitting behind Queens, Kings and Aces. Ace-King suited is often considered equally strong or slightly stronger, depending on the situation. That means Jacks belong to the top 5 starting hands in all of poker. Statistically, this is rare company. Yet the way the hand plays in practice feels far more fragile than the numbers suggest. The reason is that jacks are trapped between domination and danger. They are better than most hands, but vulnerable to the few that outrank them. When you hold aces, you know where you stand. You have the best hand possible before the flop. With kings, confidence is still high. Queens begin to test patience, as an ace can appear on the board. With jacks, uncertainty takes over. You hold a strong hand that can quickly become average. This middle ground makes decision-making more important than raw strength. Pocket jacks are a test of precision rather than luck. In simple preflop ranking systems, hands are categorized by tiers. Tier 1 usually includes aces, kings, queens, and ace-king suited. Tier 2 includes pocket jacks, pocket tens, and ace-queen suited. Tier 3 brings in medium pairs and suited connectors. Knowing that jacks fall near the top of Tier 2 helps you plan your opening strategy. You should play them aggressively, but with awareness of the few hands that dominate them. If you are first to act in a 9-handed game, jacks are strong enough to open for a raise. Folding would be overly cautious. Limping would waste value. The correct play is to raise, aiming to thin the field. Jacks prefer to play against 1 or 2 opponents, not a crowd. Against fewer players, your odds of staying ahead improve. Against many, the chances of seeing an ace or king on the flop rise dramatically. Position influences how you view the ranking as well. From early position, you might open for a smaller raise, expecting tougher competition. From late position, you can raise larger or re-raise more freely. Jacks in position are far more powerful than jacks out of position. When you act last, you get to see how others react to the board. When you act first, you must guess. This difference in information shifts the practical ranking of the hand more than most players realize. Stack sizes also play a role. With deep stacks in cash games, jacks hold great potential, but also greater risk. The deeper the stacks, the more likely you will face multiple bets after the flop. A single mistake can cost a large pot. In short stack tournament play, jacks rise in value. Short stacks reduce post-flop complexity. You can often push all in pre-flop and rely on equity alone. In those situations, jacks feel close to invincible. Think about how jacks compare to common opponents. Against a loose player who opens too many hands, jacks are a weapon. You can re-raise with confidence, knowing you are ahead of their range. Against a tight player who only raises with strong holdings, caution serves better. You might still re-raise, but with readiness to fold if pressure escalates. The ranking does not change, but the meaning of that ranking depends on context. Many players fall into the trap of overprotecting jacks. They fear the flop and push all in too often. This removes the opportunity to extract steady profit from weaker hands. Jacks do not need to win huge pots to be successful. They thrive in controlled situations where your opponents make mistakes. Treat them as a high-value investment, not a lottery ticket. A calm mindset remembers that ranking is a guide, not a guarantee. The goal is not to worship the numbers, but to use them as structure. When you know that jacks are statistically elite, you no longer need to prove it at the table. You can play them naturally, allowing the game to unfold without anxiety. Confidence built on ranking turns emotion into clarity. Picture a professional player sitting in a late-night cash game. They pick up pocket jacks under the gun. Without hesitation, they raise to a standard amount. Their expression does not change. They know jacks are strong enough to open but not invincible. When an opponent 3-bets from the button, the pro pauses, studies and calls. They play the hand with calm respect, trusting both math and position. That quiet confidence is what ranking knowledge provides. Pocket jacks teach that strength without understanding becomes weakness. Their place in the hierarchy is earned, but their success depends on you. When you honor their ranking, but not their illusion of safety, you unlock consistent results. Preflop power is not about domination. It is about discipline. And jacks reward the player who knows both. Chapter 4. Facing early position raises. One of the most common and difficult moments with pocket jacks is deciding what to do when another player raises before you. The way you respond to an early position raise determines whether you play from strength or drift into confusion. Early position raises are powerful because they represent tight ranges. Players who act first must choose their hands carefully, and that means their raises often signal genuine strength. When you hold jacks, you are caught between two instincts. One wants to attack. The other wants to avoid trouble. Balance those two voices, and you begin to understand this hand deeply. Imagine you are seated in middle position at a full 9-handed table. The blinds are 1 and 2. The player under the gun, known for tight play, raises to 6. Everyone folds to you. You look down and see the jack of hearts and the jack of spades. Your first thought might be to re-raise, but pause for a moment. What does that raise mean? Early position players usually open hands like aces, kings, queens, ace-king and ace-queen suited. Against that range, jacks perform well but not perfectly. A re-raise could isolate you against exactly the hands you fear. A simple call might keep the pot small and your decisions clear. Calling here is not weakness. It is strategy. By just calling, you invite later players to fold or join with weaker holdings. You also hide the strength of your hand. The key is not to fall into the trap of overcommitting early. A flat call with jacks keeps your range wide and your mind steady. When you see the flop, you will have more information before the pot grows. But not all early raises are equal. If the raiser is loose or aggressive, your response changes. Against a player who opens too often, jacks are strong enough to 3-bet confidently. Your goal is to isolate that player and take control. A re-raise to 3 times the opening size, or slightly more, applies pressure and defines your position. When the raiser folds, you win immediately. When they call, you play against a range that usually includes many hands you dominate. Poker is not about one move that always fits. It is about adjusting to the situation. The stack sizes around the table add another layer. If you and the raiser are deep stacked, there is room for post-flop maneuvering. Calling becomes safer because you have flexibility. But if the stacks are shallow, especially in tournaments, the dynamic shifts. With fewer chips behind, a 3-bet or all-in move becomes logical. When the effective stack is 20 big blinds or less, jacks are strong enough to commit. The math favors you, even if you sometimes run into queens or kings. Over many hands, the decision remains profitable. Position also shapes your response. The earlier the raiser, the tighter their range, but the later your seat, the more control you gain. When you are on the button facing an early raise, you can safely call with jacks and play the hand with position advantage. You will see what your opponent does first after the flop, allowing you to react rather than guess. This extra layer of information often turns a tense situation into a calm one. Let's look at a simple example. You are on the button with pocket jacks. A player in early position raises to 8, and everyone folds to you. You have 100 big blinds. You decide to call. The blinds fold. The flop comes 10 of hearts, 7 of clubs, and 2 of spades. Your opponent checks. You bet half the pot, and they fold. This is the quiet profit that jacks produce when handled with care. No fireworks. No drama. Just small, steady wins over time. The emotional part of this situation is learning to stay patient. Many players see an early raise and feel challenged. They want to assert dominance with a re-raise, as if folding or calling shows weakness. But poker rewards the thinker, not the ego. Jacks are not a hand that needs to prove itself. They perform best when you play them for long-term value, rather than short-term validation. In rare cases, you will run into disaster. You might 3-bet, face a 4-bet, and decide to fold. That is not a mistake. It is a professional choice. Strong players fold strong hands when the evidence demands it. Folding jacks pre-flop against an obvious monster is not fear. It is awareness. You cannot control the cards your opponent holds. You can only control the decisions you make. Each fold that saves you from a trap increases your overall win rate. Over thousands of hands, the numbers balance out. Sometimes your cautious call will lead to a big win when the flop is perfect. Other times your bold re-raise will force weaker hands to surrender. Both outcomes are correct in context. The discipline lies in choosing the line that fits the opponent and the situation. No single answer works every time. That flexibility is what makes jacks both challenging and beautiful. When facing early position raises, remember this simple truth: you are not fighting your opponent. You are working with information. Stay calm. Think in ranges. Let logic guide you. Pocket jacks are strong enough to win on their own, but only if you protect them from overconfidence. Every time you pause, evaluate, and act with intention, you turn a tricky hand into a steady teacher. Chapter 5. In position versus out of position. Every poker hand becomes easier or harder depending on your position at the table. Pocket jacks are one of the clearest examples of this truth. The same two cards can feel like a gift on the button or a burden under the gun. Understanding position helps you decide when to press your advantage and when to protect yourself. It turns a hand of tension into a hand of balance. Being in position means acting after your opponent on later streets. This is one of the strongest advantages in poker. Acting last gives you information. You get to see how your opponent reacts before you make a choice. You learn their timing, their bet sizes, and sometimes their discomfort. Pocket jacks in position become easier to manage because you can control the size of the pot. You decide when to build it and when to slow it down. When you are out of position, the opposite is true. You must act first and wait for your opponent's reaction. That uncertainty adds stress. Every bet feels heavier because you do not know what will follow. With jacks, that pressure can turn small mistakes into big ones. You might continuation bet into a stronger hand, or check at the wrong time. Position magnifies or reduces every flaw in your plan. Imagine a common example. You are on the button with the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. A player in middle position raises to 6, Everyone folds to you. You call. The blinds fold. You are now in position with a strong hand. The flop comes 9 of spades, 4 of hearts, and 2 of clubs. The raiser bets half the pot. You call. The turn is the king of hearts. They check. You check back, keeping control. The river is the 3 of diamonds. They check again, and you check behind. You show your jacks and win. This hand shows how position gives you freedom. You control the pace, avoid traps, and win quietly. Now picture the reverse. You hold the same jacks, but this time you raised from early position. The button calls. The flop comes queen of spades, 7 of hearts, and 4 of clubs. You bet, and your opponent calls. The turn is the king of diamonds. You check, unsure. They bet 2/3 of the pot. You are now in a difficult spot. Without position, you must guess what their bet means. Are they bluffing? Do they hold top pair? That uncertainty is the cost of acting first. When out of position with jacks, pot control becomes your friend. You do not need to win every pot. You need to protect your stack while keeping options open. Checking to see how the board develops is often wise. It invites opponents to reveal information through their bets. If they check back, you gain a free card and can reassess. If they bet large, you can evaluate based on board texture and timing. Acting first does not mean acting impulsively. The strength of position is not only about betting sequence. It also changes how ranges interact. Players in position can apply pressure because they represent wider possibilities. When you bet from early position, your range looks strong but narrow. When you call from late position, you can have many hands, from pairs to suited connectors to draws. That flexibility makes opponents cautious. Jacks thrive in situations where opponents hesitate. Position creates those opportunities. In deep stacked games, the value of position grows even more. With more chips behind, each street offers another chance for information to matter. You can extract more from opponents when you act last. Small pots become big ones under your control. Without position, deep stacks become dangerous. A single misstep can lead to large losses. Professionals understand this instinctively. They prefer playing large pots with position and small pots without it. When you are forced to play jacks out of position, simplicity helps. Choose clear bet sizes and predictable lines. Avoid complex bluffs or multi-street traps. Keep your range strong and your actions easy to read for yourself. That discipline limits mistakes. You will lose some small pots, but you will avoid the big ones that destroy sessions. Winning poker is not about brilliance. It is about structure. Position also affects your emotional state. In position, you feel in control. The hand flows gently, and your decisions feel measured. Out of position, anxiety rises faster. You must practice calm breathing and slow timing. A steady rhythm reduces panic and keeps you grounded. If you act too quickly out of fear, you give away your power. Silence and patience are your tools when you lose positional advantage. Over time, you will begin to view jacks differently, depending on where you sit. On the button, they feel majestic. In early position, they feel careful. Both feelings are valid. The key is to recognize that the same hand can be played with two personalities. Position is the difference between attacking and defending. Learn both, and you gain mastery. Poker rewards those who respect subtlety. Pocket jacks do not demand aggression. They demand awareness. When you act last, use that edge wisely. When you act first, accept the limits with grace. Every chip you save by folding early or checking carefully adds up. Every extra bet you earn in position grows your edge. Over thousands of hands, this balance defines your success. Pocket jacks will always test your patience, but position will always offer the answer. Chapter 6. The Cold Call Trap. Pocket jacks are strong, but they also lure players into one of poker's oldest mistakes, the cold call trap. It happens when you face a raise before the flop and decide to just call instead of folding or re-raising. On the surface, it feels safe. You keep the pot small and avoid confrontation. Yet this habit can turn profitable hands into losing ones over time. Understanding when a call helps and when it harms is one of the keys to mastering jacks. A cold call means you are not in the blinds. Another player has already raised, and you are calling that raise. This choice seems harmless, but it quietly shapes how the rest of the table views you. When you cold call, you announce that you have a medium to strong hand, but not a premium one. Sharp opponents recognize this pattern. They know you probably do not have aces, kings, or queens, because most players would re-raise those hands. This knowledge allows them to attack you later with confidence. Imagine a simple scene. A tight player raises from early position to 6. You sit in middle position with pocket jacks. You decide to just call. The cutoff folds, and the button also calls. Now 3 players see the flop. The board comes Queen of Clubs, 10 of Hearts, and 7 of Diamonds. The original raiser bets. You hesitate. The button calls behind you. Suddenly, your strong pair feels small. The problem began before the flop. By cold calling, you invited multiple players and created a pot where your hand lost clarity. Cold calling is not always wrong, but it should be used sparingly and with intention. The main reason to just call with jacks is to control pot size against tough opponents, or to set traps against players who bluff too often. For example, if you are in position against a loose raiser who continuation bets every flop, calling can be smart. You allow them to build the pot for you. When the board comes safe, you can extract value later. The difference is that this call has a plan. Blind calling without a plan is the trap. The math behind the trap is simple. Every additional player who sees the flop lowers your chance of winning. Jacks perform best heads up or against one opponent. Against 2 or more players, their equity falls sharply. The more people in the pot, the more likely someone connects with an overcard or a draw. You cannot control that once the flop arrives. The safest path is to prevent it with a strong preflop decision. Position plays a major role here as well. Cold calling from early or middle position exposes you to re-raises from later players. Suppose you call an open raise with jacks, and then a player behind you 3 bets. Now you must decide whether to fold, call again, or commit more chips. Each option feels uncomfortable. If you fold, you surrender potential profit. If you call, you may end up in a large pot out of position. If you re-raise all in, you risk running into stronger pairs. This is why professionals often say that calling is the weakest action with jacks, unless the situation clearly demands it. To avoid the cold call trap, Start by classifying the raiser. Against a tight player, prefer folding or calling with a clear post-flop plan. Against a loose player, prefer a re-raise that isolates them. The goal is not to win every pot, but to control how you enter them. Jacks are powerful when they define the situation, and fragile when they react to it. Initiative is your best defense. Let's revisit the earlier hand, but play it differently. The tight player raises to 6. You re-raise to 18. The table folds, and the raiser calls. The flop comes 10 of spades, 7 of hearts, and 3 of clubs. You continuation bet for 12. They fold. The pot is yours. This line is not about aggression for its own sake. It is about structure. Your pre-flop re-raise removed extra players and gave you control. Even when you miss the flop, you dictate the pace. In tournaments, the cold call trap becomes even more dangerous. Stack sizes are smaller, and pots grow faster. Every big blind matters. A single loose call can lead to elimination. The disciplined player avoids marginal spots and waits for clear opportunities. If you are unsure, folding jacks pre-flop in the face of heavy action is not cowardice. It is wisdom. Live to play the next hand with a calm mind. Cold calling also influences your image at the table. When others see you call too often, they learn they can pressure you later. Your bets lose respect. Your folds become predictable. A balanced player mixes in re-raises and folds to remain unreadable. Jacks give you the chance to demonstrate that balance. Use them to show strength through decision-making, not emotion. The cold call trap teaches a quiet lesson. Safety can be risky. Comfort can be costly. True confidence comes from taking control of the hand, rather than drifting into uncertainty. Next time you face a raise with pocket jacks, pause before calling. Ask yourself, do I have a reason, or am I just avoiding discomfort? If your only reason is fear, choose another path. Fold or re-raise, but do it with intention. That single moment of clarity will save you chips and strengthen your mindset. In the long run, jacks reward courage that is grounded in logic. The cold call trap punishes hesitation, disguised as caution. Learning the difference between safety and surrender is part of every player's growth. Once you see that clearly, you will never fall into the trap again. You will act with purpose, and the game will begin to feel calm, structured, and under your control. Chapter 7. 3-Bet Logic. Pocket jacks often sit in the perfect zone for a re-raise, known in poker as a 3-bet. This is the move that separates cautious players from strategic ones. A 3-bet means you are re-raising someone who has already opened the pot. It is not just about strength. It is about control. When used correctly, it defines the hand, limits opponents, and protects your position. When used carelessly, it builds large pots that trap you. The difference is understanding when, why, and how to pull the trigger. The goal of a 3-bet with jacks is to achieve clarity. You want to narrow your opponent's range and create a situation that is easier to read. When you simply call an open raise, you invite trouble. But when you re-raise, you send a message. You have a strong hand, and you want the hand to play on your terms. That message matters. It changes how your opponent proceeds, how the blinds react, and how you feel when the flop lands. Imagine this hand. A player in middle position raises to 6. You are on the button with the Jack of Spades and the Jack of Hearts. The blinds are 1 and 2. You re-raise to 18. The blinds fold, and the original raiser calls. The flop comes 9 of clubs, 5 of hearts, and 3 of diamonds. Your opponent checks. You continuation bet for half the pot. They fold. You collect the pot quietly, no stress, no danger. The 3-bet accomplished its purpose before the flop even finished. This kind of small victory builds over time. Many players fear 3-betting because they remember the few times it led to disaster. They picture getting 4-bet or running into aces. But that fear is based on rare outcomes. The reality is that most players open far wider than the top few hands. Against that wider range, your 3-bet with jacks is powerful and profitable. It wins immediately more often than it loses later. The correct sizing of a 3-bet depends on context. A common standard is 3 times the original raise when in position, and 3.5 times when out of position. If an opponent raises to 6, a re-raise to 18 or 21 is ideal. It applies pressure without committing too many chips. When stacks are deeper, slightly larger 3-bets help limit multi-way pots. When stacks are shallow, smaller ones can achieve the same effect. Always think about how the size of your raise will shape the hand. 3-betting also helps define opponent tendencies. When you re-raise and your opponent quickly calls, that tells you they are comfortable but not thrilled. When they re-raise again, you learn even more. Their 4-bet represents real strength, often queens, kings, or aces. In that case, you can safely fold. It might sting to let go of jacks, but folding in the right spot saves your stack for better opportunities. Discipline turns strong folds into long-term profits. Against certain opponents, a 3-bet does more than isolate. It controls their behavior. Some players tighten up the moment you show aggression. They begin folding too often, allowing you to pick up pots uncontested. Others react with frustration and start making mistakes. They might call 3-bets out of position with weak hands, or bluff in bad spots later. Both outcomes work in your favor. A calm 3-bet can quietly shift the emotional balance of the table. It is important to remember that a 3-bet is not a commitment to an all-in pot. Many players mistakenly treat it that way. The re-raise is a tool, not a promise. You can still fold to extreme aggression, or slow down if the board turns hostile. The best players separate the decision to 3-bet from the outcome that follows. They act based on information, not emotion. When you think in these layers, jacks begin to feel easier to manage. Consider an example from tournament play. Blinds are 1,000 and 2,000. A loose player in late position raises to 4,000. You are in the small blind with 50,000 behind and hold pocket jacks. You 3-bet to 12,000. The big blind folds. The original raiser calls. The flop comes 8 of spades, 5 of hearts, and 2 of clubs. You continuation bet, half the pot, and they fold. Your re-raise gave you the initiative, letting you win a healthy pot without showdown. Over hundreds of similar hands, this consistency adds up to a major edge. Of course, there will be times your 3-bet gets called and the board turns ugly. An ace or king might appear. Do not panic. Remember, your re-raise already narrowed your opponent's range. They will often miss the flop entirely. Checking and evaluating is fine. The strength of jacks comes from flexibility. Aggression builds structure, but calm thinking sustains it. The emotional side of 3-betting is learning to trust your own logic. It takes courage to re-raise with a hand that looks powerful yet fragile. Fear whispers that someone always has a better pair. But poker rewards those who think in terms of probability, not superstition. Most of the time, no one does. Jacks hold the advantage far more often than they lose it. Each correct 3-bet builds your confidence until the decision feels natural. When you use 3-bets wisely, you transform jacks from a hand of anxiety into a hand of leadership. You are no longer reacting to others. You are setting the tone. Every player at the table feels that shift. Some tighten up. Some tilt. You stay calm, guided by math and patience. Over time, the logic of the 3-bet becomes second nature, not an act of aggression, but one of balance and control. Chapter 8: 4-bet and all-in spots. There comes a point in every poker session when pocket jacks are tested to their limit. It happens when someone re-raises your 3-bet or pushes all in. These are the moments that make players uncomfortable. The cards are the same, yet the pressure feels completely different. You begin to wonder if you are holding a monster or a mistake. Learning how to handle 4-bet and all-in situations is not about being fearless. It is about being precise. A 4-bet means another player has re-raised your re-raise before the flop. It is a strong signal. Most players do not 4-bet light, especially in live games or full-ring tables. In tighter environments, a 4-bet almost always represents premium strength, aces, kings, queens, or ace-king. When you hold jacks against that kind of range, you are often behind. The key is to recognize what kind of player you are facing before deciding how to continue. Imagine a situation at a 1 and 2 cash game. You raise to 6 from middle position, with the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. The button, a serious and disciplined player, 3-bets to 18. You think for a moment and make it 55. Without hesitation, they move all in for 200 more. This is where many players freeze. Their instinct says, "I already put so much in," but the truth is clear. Against this player's range, you are likely crushed. Folding here is strength. You lose the chips already invested, but you save the rest. Over time, that discipline keeps your bankroll healthy. Now consider the same spot against a loose opponent who loves to attack. The same sequence happens. You raise, they 3-bet, and you 4-bet. They move all in. The difference is that this opponent has shown they can shove with hands like ace-king, pocket tens, or even weaker pairs. Against that wider range, your jacks are often a coin flip, or better. Here, calling becomes correct. The key is not the hand itself, but the person behind the bat. Context changes everything. Mathematically, jacks hold about 57% equity against ace-king suited. Against queens or better, that number drops below 25%. Against a mix of both, your equity falls somewhere in between. This is why poker is never purely mathematical. You must combine the numbers with live observation, table history, and intuition. Ask yourself, has this player been active? Have they 4-bet before? Do they fear confrontation? The answers guide your decision more than the cards do. Stack depth matters too. In tournaments or short-stacked situations, you often cannot avoid confrontation. If the blinds are high and effective, stacks are around 20 big blinds, Jacks are strong enough to go all in pre-flop without hesitation. You will win more often than not. Against random ranges or desperate opponents, jacks are a premium weapon. When the stacks are deep, however, caution returns. Deep stacks mean more chips can be lost, and strong hands can be outdrawn in large pots. Adjust your aggression to the depth in front of you. Here is a clear example. You are in a tournament with blinds of 2,000 and 4,000. You have 80,000 in your stack. A player in early position raises to 10,000. You 3-bet to 24,000. They shove for 70,000 total. The pot now holds over 100,000. You must call 46,000 more. Against most tournament ranges, this is an easy call. You will often face ace-king or pocket tens, hands you dominate or flip against. The chips already in the pot justify the risk. The decision is not emotional, it is mathematical. But imagine the same scenario in a cash game with deep stacks. You have 200 big blinds, and so does your opponent. The same all-in move happens. Here, folding becomes wise. The deeper the money, the more dangerous it becomes to flip for your entire stack. Deep poker is about survival and long-term advantage. You can find better spots later, where the risk-to-reward ratio favors you. When handling these moments, emotional control matters most. The all-in sound, the movement of chips, and the tension of waiting for cards can pull you away from logic. Professionals treat these moments like a coin toss in the long run. They know variance will handle itself. Whether you win or lose the hand, the decision is what matters. If you made the correct call or fold based on reasoning, you have already succeeded. Another mistake players make is overthinking the result. Suppose you fold jacks to a 4-bet, and later the opponent shows ace-queen. You feel regret. Or you call and lose to kings, and feel foolish. Both feelings are illusions. The correct action depends on information available at that moment, not on what the river revealed. Poker rewards process, not outcome. One of the best mental tools for these situations is reframing fear. Instead of thinking, "I hope I win," shift to, "I hope I decide well." This quiet sentence centers your mind. You cannot control the cards, but you can control clarity. Each calm decision builds confidence for the next one. Pocket jacks teach a vital truth about poker's deeper layer. Courage is not about always calling or always folding. It is about being willing to make the right move, even when uncertainty remains. Sometimes that means laying down your hand and smiling at your own discipline. Other times it means pushing your chips forward, knowing you made a well-calculated stand. Both are victories when chosen with purpose. In time, you will notice that 4-bet and all-in situations no longer scare you. They will become another part of the rhythm of play. You will measure stack sizes, recall ranges, and make calm choices. Pocket jacks will stop feeling like a coin flip of fate and start feeling like a test of focus. Each decision will strengthen your trust in logic. That trust is the real prize, far greater than any single pot. Chapter 9. The Ace-High Flop. Every poker player who holds pocket jacks eventually faces the same moment. You raise before the flop, get called, and the dealer spreads an ace on the board. The table feels quiet. The ace changes everything. It does not just affect the math, it affects the mind. Many players freeze or give up, folding too quickly. Others panic and bet without purpose. The key is learning to handle the ace-high flop with calm logic instead of emotion. Pocket jacks lose value when an ace appears, but not as much as people think. The first step is to understand what the ace really means. Most opponents do not always have an ace when one shows on the board. In fact, depending on their range, they will connect with it less than a third of the time. The rest of the time they are just as uneasy as you are. The secret to surviving these situations is recognizing that both players feel pressure. Whoever stays calmer usually wins. Imagine a simple example. You raise to 6 with jacks in middle position. The button calls. The blinds fold. The flop comes ace of diamonds, 7 of clubs, and 3 of hearts. This is an ace-high dry board, meaning there are no strong draws. You make a small continuation bet, about 1/3 of the pot. Your opponent folds. You win a quiet pot that many players would have surrendered. The bet was not about strength. It was about representation. You told a story that you could easily hold the ace, and your opponent chose not to challenge it. In another hand, the same flop appears, but this time the opponent calls your bet. The turn brings the 9 of clubs. You check. They check back. The river is the 2 of spades. You check again, and they bet small. This is where discipline matters. If the opponent is tight and careful, a fold is fine. But if they are known for floating flops and bluffing rivers, a calm call can be correct. The important thing is that every action you take has a reason. Emotion should never decide for you. The ace-high flop tests your ability to detach from fear. It is easy to see that overcard and assume disaster. But poker rewards curiosity more than panic. Ask questions. What hands could my opponent have called with preflop? How many of those hands include an ace? How often do they bet when they miss? The more you think in these patterns, the less you worry about luck. Logic becomes your anchor. Position again plays a large role. When you are in position, you can let your opponent act first. Their behavior tells you everything. A quick bet on an ace-high board often shows weakness. Many players think they must protect their hand, even when they have little. A soft call or delayed continuation bet can trap them later. When you are out of position, proceed with care. Checking the flop and calling small bets allows you to reach the turn safely without building a large pot against a possible ace. Here's a mental trick that professionals use. Instead of thinking, an ace has ruined my hand, they think, the ace has changed the story. The board belongs to whoever tells the better story. If you raised preflop, you can represent the ace with credibility. If your opponent raised preflop, you can represent strength through patience. The power comes from consistency, not emotion. Let's look at another example with more pressure. You 3-bet from the small blind with pocket jacks. The big blind folds, and the initial raiser calls. The flop comes ace of spades, 10 of diamonds, and 4 of clubs. You continuation bet, half the pot. The opponent calls. The turn brings the 2 of hearts. You check. They check back. The river is the 8 of clubs. You check again, and they show king-queen suited. Your jacks win. You stayed calm, kept control of pot size, and let the board tell its story. The ace on the flop looked scary, but your hand held all along. Emotionally, the ace-high flop is a mirror. It reflects how much trust you have in your decision-making. Players who rely on luck feel panic. Players who rely on logic feel curiosity. When you reach this stage of understanding, every flop becomes data rather than danger. You begin to think in patterns. You know that betting small on dry boards wins more often than not. You know that checking to control the pot can save chips. You know that patience creates profit. The deeper truth is that an ace on the flop does not destroy your jacks. It changes your role in the hand. You are no longer the attacker. You are the observer. You gather information. You choose when to retreat and when to strike. This balance keeps you steady. Most of your profit in poker comes not from winning huge pots, but from avoiding bad ones. The ace-high flop offers exactly that kind of test. When fear starts to rise, take a breath. Look at the board as if it were neutral. The cards do not know your feelings. They are just patterns of probability. Let go of the idea that an ace automatically belongs to your opponent. Half the time, it belongs to nobody. Your job is to read the situation, not to fight the fear. Over time, you will grow to appreciate ace-high flops. They will stop feeling like disasters and start feeling like puzzles. Each one gives you a chance to practice discipline, observation, and restraint. Every time you survive one calmly, you grow stronger. Pocket jacks will stop being fragile. They will become familiar, reliable, and peaceful to play, even in the face of overcards. That shift marks real progress. You no longer hope to avoid ace-high boards. You welcome them as lessons in patience and clarity. Chapter 10. The King-High Flop. The King-High Flop carries a different kind of tension from the Ace-High Flop. When an ace hits, players often fold quickly out of fear. But when a king appears, the situation becomes subtle. Many players convince themselves that the king might not matter. Others overreact and assume they are already behind. The truth lies in between. Understanding how to read a king-high board is a skill that separates steady players from emotional ones. Pocket jacks perform slightly better against king-high flops than they do against ace-high ones. That single card difference changes everything. A king appears in fewer preflop ranges than an ace, so your opponent connects with it less often. Many players raise or call before the flop, with hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, or ace-10. Fewer call with king-queen or king-jack. This means that when the flop comes with a king, your jacks are still strong much of the time, especially if the board is dry and unconnected. Imagine a typical situation. You raise from middle position with the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. The cutoff calls, and everyone else folds. The flop comes king of diamonds, 8 of spades, and 3 of hearts. You are out of position. You pause, thinking about the texture. There are no flush draws, and only a few straight possibilities. You check. Your opponent checks back. The turn brings the 2 of clubs. You bet small, and they fold. This small pot tells a quiet truth. Patience and timing often beat panic and aggression. Now consider another version of the same hand. You raise with jacks, the cutoff calls, and the flop again comes. King of diamonds, 8 of spades, and 3 of hearts. This time you are in position. Your opponent checks, and you continuation bet for 1/3 of the pot. They fold immediately. The same logic applies. You represented a credible king because your pre-flop raise included strong Broadway hands. The board allowed you to use that image. Betting small in these spots wins a surprising amount of the time. When you face aggression on a king-high flop, your decision becomes more layered. Suppose you raise preflop, get one caller, and see a flop of king 9 and 4. You continuation bet, half the pot, and your opponent raises. This is a classic moment of doubt. Many players automatically assume they are beaten and fold. But in reality, you should slow down and think. Ask yourself what hands they could be raising with. A strong top pair like king-queen fits, but so do bluffs and draws. If the board has connected cards, like king 9-8, opponents might raise with straight possibilities. You can call once and see how they behave on the turn. Calm observation saves chips and collects information. In poker, every board tells a story. A king-high board with no draws says one thing. A king-high board with straight or flush potential says another. On dry boards, you can use small continuation bets to apply pressure. On coordinated boards, checking to control the pot is wiser. The goal is not to win the flop, it is to reach the river with clear information and a manageable pot size. The emotional challenge of the king-high flop is learning to tolerate uncertainty. Many players try to force clarity by betting too much, too soon. They want the hand to end quickly, so they can stop feeling anxious. But rushing rarely helps. The board belongs to whoever manages time best. Give yourself permission to check, to think, to breathe. Every second you spend calmly reading the situation adds accuracy to your decision. Let's take a more detailed example. You are on the button with the jack of spades and the jack of hearts. A loose player in early position raises to 8. You call. The flop comes king of clubs, 10 of diamonds, and 5 of hearts. They continuation bet for half the pot. You call. The turn brings the 4 of hearts. They check. You check behind. The river is the 2 of spades. They check again. You check back and win the pot against Queen Jack. Suited. Your patience allowed you to reach showdown safely. A rash raise on the flop would have created unnecessary risk. Instead, you protected your stack and your peace of mind. In tournament play, the king-high flop also serves as a valuable test of stack discipline. With shallow stacks, you might continuation bet more often to protect your equity and maintain initiative. With deeper stacks, checking becomes stronger. Big pots with one pair can lead to painful losses, and jacks are not built to survive long wars on dangerous boards. Professionals treat the king as a signal to slow the hand down, not to fight it. The mental trick for these boards is to remember that your jacks still hold showdown value. You do not need to turn them into a bluff, and you do not need to protect them from imaginary threats. They are often the best hand against missed ranges, and if they are not, you will know soon enough. Control the pot. Watch the story unfold. Let logic, not nerves, write the next line. As you play more, you will begin to feel comfortable with king-high flops. The fear will fade, replaced by measured curiosity. You will recognize the situations where the king matters, and the ones where it does not. Each time you make a calm, correct decision, your confidence grows. Pocket jacks will stop feeling cursed when big cards hit. They will feel steady and reliable, a pair that rewards logic and punishes panic. Poker is not about avoiding discomfort. It is about learning to think clearly within it. The king-high flop is one of the best lessons in that truth. When you face it next time, do not flinch. Breathe, evaluate, and act with purpose. The calm player always sees more clearly, and clarity is what wins in the long run. Chapter 11. The Queen High Flop. The Queen High Flop is one of the most delicate moments for pocket jacks. It sits in a grey zone between comfort and concern. When an ace flops, you know you are in danger. When a king flops, the situation is tense but manageable. A queen, however, can be deceptive. It often looks harmless, yet it connects with far more hands than players realize. To handle these boards well, you must combine awareness, discipline, and emotional stillness. Pocket jacks lose only a small amount of equity on queen-high boards, but psychologically, they create unease. The reason is simple: players love Broadway hands. Many pre-flop ranges include Queen-King, Queen-Jack, Queen-10, and Ace-Queen. These hands are common, and all of them improve when a queen appears. That means the flop often connects with your opponent more often than an ace or king would. Understanding this pattern helps you plan your next move without panic. Imagine you raise to 6 with the jack of spades and the jack of hearts. The button calls. The flop comes queen of clubs, 7 of diamonds, and 3 of hearts. This is a dry, disconnected board. You continuation bet, 1/3 of the pot. The opponent calls. The turn brings the 2 of clubs. You check, and they check back. The river is the 10 of spades. You check again, and they bet small. You call and lose to king-queen suited. It stings, but the play was sound. You controlled the pot, took measured actions, and limited your loss. That control, not the result, defines success. The queen-high flop invites mistakes from both directions. Some players shut down immediately, afraid to continue. Others double down, betting big to prove their strength. Neither reaction works over time. The correct approach lies in balance. You must remain engaged, but careful. Small continuation bets can still win the pot, especially against opponents who miss. Checking behind in position keeps the pot manageable when you sense resistance. Each decision should serve a single goal: avoid emotional overreaction. In position, you can use small bets to test the field. For example, you raise preflop, and the big blind calls. The flop comes queen of hearts, 9 of clubs, and 4 of spades. They check, and you bet 1/3 of the pot. If they fold, the hand ends peacefully. If they call, you reevaluate. The turn might bring a low card, like the 5 of diamonds. You can check behind and prepare to call a small river bet. By using small bets and patience, you reduce risk while still collecting information. This is what professional players mean when they talk about pot control. Out of position, caution grows more important. Checking the flop with jacks on a queen-high board is perfectly reasonable. It allows you to observe how your opponent reacts. If they check behind, the hand often goes to showdown cheaply. If they bet, you can decide based on their timing and bet size. Small, deliberate choices keep you calm. The discipline to check and call instead of bet and hope is one of the clearest signs of maturity in poker. The queen-high flop also tests your emotional balance, because it often brings false comfort. The card is familiar, not as intimidating as an ace or king. But in many pre-flop ranges, it appears more frequently. Players who overvalue jacks on these boards fall into unnecessary danger. Professionals know this and adjust. They approach queen-high boards as potential traps, not safe zones. Let's look at another example. You 3-bet pre-flop with pocket jacks from the button. The big blind calls. The flop comes queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts, and 5 of clubs. The big blind checks. You continuation bet, half the pot. They raise. This is the moment of truth. Against some opponents, this raise means top pair or better. Against others, it could be a semi-bluff with draws like king-jack or ace-king. Instead of reacting with emotion, think through the texture. The board has straight potential, and you block one of the jacks. That makes some bluffs less likely. Folding here may save your stack. Calm logic always outweighs stubborn pride. In tournaments, queen-high flops are particularly dangerous because players protect their stacks more carefully. A single wrong move can cost an entire run. When short-stacked, jacks still have the strength to continuation bet small, especially against blinds defending weak ranges. But when deeper, checking and calling becomes the more profitable path. The goal is not to dominate every board. It is to survive the ones that turn against you. Queen-high flops also teach one of poker's quiet truths. Information has more value than control. When you bet small and get called, you gain information about your opponent's range. When you check and observe, you gain information about their confidence. That data, gathered calmly, becomes your guide. It allows you to make better decisions on later streets, where the pots are larger and the mistakes more costly. The emotional discipline required here mirrors real life. Sometimes strength is not in pushing forward, but in stepping back. The queen-high flop reminds you to think clearly when things look almost safe. That almost is what makes this board tricky. Many players lose money because they treat jacks as if they deserve to win by default. Poker does not reward entitlement. It rewards adjustment. So when you face a queen on the board, pause. Breathe once. Look at the situation instead of the symbol. Ask what the story says. If you raised preflop, you can still represent the queen. If someone else raised and you just called, your jacks may have shifted into a defensive role. Accept that. You do not need to fight every time. You only need to play each situation with clarity. Over thousands of hands, the queen-high flop will appear often. Some of those pots, you will win quietly. Others you will surrender peacefully. Both outcomes are correct when chosen with care. The calm player earns profit, not from perfection, but from consistency. With each queen that falls, your understanding deepens. You will no longer see it as an unlucky card. You will see it as another opportunity to practice logic, patience, and control, the true heart of mastering pocket jacks. Chapter 12. Low boards and wet textures. When the flop comes low and connected, pocket jacks suddenly feel comfortable, but also exposed. These boards, often full of small cards and straight draws, can make your hand look dominant while quietly turning dangerous. A low board seems friendly at first glance, yet its texture determines whether you should protect your lead or step back. Understanding how to navigate these flops is essential to keeping jacks profitable. A low board usually means 3 cards ranked below a 10, such as 8, 6, and 4. A wet texture means the cards connect in ways that create draws, straight draws, flush draws, or both. These boards bring action because they hit a wide range of hands. Suited connectors, low pairs, and random combinations all improve when the board is wet. Jacks often start ahead on these boards, but staying ahead requires caution and structure. Imagine you raise pre-flop to 6 with the Jack of Hearts and the Jack of Clubs. The big blind calls. The flop comes 8 of Hearts, 6 of Hearts, and 4 of Spades. This is a classic wet texture. Your pair is currently best, but danger hides in the details. Your opponent can have many hands that connect, 9-7, 10-9, or small suited hearts. Betting too big here can build a pot you cannot control. A small continuation bet is enough to protect your hand while gathering information. If your opponent calls, you have defined their range. If they raise, you can slow down immediately. Now consider a dry low board. You raise, and the flop comes. 9 of diamonds, 5 of spades, and 2 of clubs. There are fewer draws, and your jacks are strong favorites. This is the kind of board where you can bet for value and protection. A half-pot bet keeps worse pairs honest and denies free cards to overcards like ace-king or king-queen. When the board is dry, aggression serves you well. When it is wet, restraint keeps you safe. The biggest mistake players make on low boards is overconfidence. They see small cards and assume safety. But wet textures change everything. Even a simple flop like 7 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, and 9 of hearts gives opponents many ways to attack. Your jacks are still a solid pair, but nearly every card in the deck can alter the outcome. In these spots, checking and calling is often stronger than betting and hoping. By controlling pot size, you protect your equity while keeping the hand manageable. Position amplifies your advantage on these boards. When you act last, you can respond to aggression with clarity. For example, you raise pre-flop from the button, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 7 of spades, 5 of hearts, and 3 of diamonds. Your opponent checks. You bet small, and they call. The turn brings the king of clubs. They check again. You check behind. The river is the 2 of spades. They check a third time. You check back and win the pot. This sequence may seem quiet, but it is the essence of control. You protected your hand without feeding unnecessary risk. The same board plays differently when you are out of position. Suppose you raise from early position, and a loose player on the button calls. The flop comes 8, 6, and 4. You bet half the pot, and they raise. Now your jacks no longer feel strong. Against many opponents, this raise represents a combination of draws and made hands. You can call once to see the turn, but if the next card completes obvious draws, folding becomes the best decision. Folding one street early is always cheaper than folding one street late. Low boards also offer opportunities to trap opponents who overvalue top pair. If the flop comes 9, 5, and 2, and your opponent calls with a hand like 10-9, you are miles ahead. Continue betting small for value across safe turns and rivers. The goal is not to scare them away, but to guide them into paying you. Patience earns far more profit than aggression in these spots. Emotionally, low boards teach humility. They remind you that no hand is invincible. Even when the flop seems perfect, danger can hide beneath the surface. The ability to sense that quiet tension separates good players from great ones. Professionals do not relax when the board looks friendly. They study it. They measure its connection to common ranges and act accordingly. Let's look at a tournament example. The blinds are 1,000 and 2,000. You have 60,000 chips. You raise to 5,000 with jacks, and the small blind calls. The flop comes 8 of spades, 7 of spades, and 3 of hearts. The small blind checks. You bet 7,000. They call. The turn brings the ace of spades, completing the flush draw. They check again. You check behind. The river is the 2 of diamonds. They check once more. You check back and win against 10-9 of hearts. The key decision was not chasing protection with another bet. Checking turn and river preserved your lead and avoided disaster. Wet textures also test your emotional steadiness. When draws appear, players often feel urgency. They want to protect their hand with large bets. But big bets invite big mistakes. When your opponent holds a draw, they often fold to small bets just as easily. Protection does not come from aggression. It comes from control. A calm player protects their hand by choosing sizes that deny free cards without risking the entire stack. Over time, you will begin to read these boards like familiar terrain. You will recognize which flops favor you and which favor them. You will learn to switch gears fluidly, betting small on dry boards and playing cautiously on wet ones. The more you understand board texture, the less emotion enters your game. Jacks will stop feeling like a fragile edge and start feeling like a stable foundation. Poker is a language written in patterns. Low boards and wet textures are just one dialect. Learn to read it patiently, and you will find peace within the noise of the game. Every time you check instead of chase, every time you call instead of panic, you strengthen the quiet discipline that defines great play. That discipline is what keeps jacks alive, and it is what builds lasting confidence at the table. Chapter 13. Paired Boards. Paired boards bring a strange calm to the poker table. When the flop repeats a card, like King-King-4 or 8-8-3, the game slows down. Every player pauses to think about what that duplication means. For some, it feels safe. For others, it feels suspicious. With pocket jacks, paired boards often create profitable situations when played with patience and awareness. These flops reduce the number of combinations that can beat you, but they also invite slow traps from observant opponents. The secret is knowing when to press for value and when to let the hand breathe. A paired board reduces the total number of unique combinations in play. For example, if the flop comes 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, and 4 of clubs, there are fewer possible strong hands than on a normal flop. Your jacks are often ahead because the board blocks many sets and straights. However, players often represent trips when they do not have them. Understanding how this illusion works helps you navigate paired boards without falling for false signals. Imagine you raise pre-flop to 6 with the jack of hearts and the jack of spades. The big blind calls. The flop comes 9 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, and 3 of hearts. Your opponent checks. You bet half the pot. They fold. This is a textbook result. The paired flop made it hard for your opponent to connect, so your continuation bet easily took the pot. Small pots like this build quiet profit over time. Now consider a different texture. You raise, and the flop comes. Queen of clubs, queen of hearts, and 4 of spades. The opponent checks. You continuation bet small, and they call. The turn is the 8 of diamonds. You check, and they check behind. The river is the 2 of clubs. You check again, and they bet half the pot. This is where many players get confused. They imagine monsters trip queens or full houses. But most players would have re-raised those earlier. A calm call on the river is often correct. The paired board limits how many real monsters exist. Most of the time, your jacks remain ahead. Paired boards can also become dangerous when they connect with your opponent's range directly. Suppose you raise with jacks, and the flop comes 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs, and 9 of spades. The opponent calls from the blinds. This board favors their calling range more than yours. They often defend with 10s, 9s, or suited connectors, like Jack 10 or 10-8. Here, betting big becomes risky. Checking and calling small bets allows you to see the turn safely and keeps weaker hands in play. You do not need to fight for dominance on every paired board. Sometimes, restraint is your most powerful move. Another benefit of paired boards is that they freeze action. Players hesitate to bluff when the board looks unbalanced. If the flop is 8-8-3, they worry you might have the 8. You can use this hesitation to your advantage. Check once and call small bets. If your opponent gives up on the turn, a delayed bet often wins the pot. The key is reading their rhythm. Paired boards simplify the math, but intensify the psychology. Let's explore a practical example. You are in a tournament with blinds of 1,000 and 2,000. You raise to 5,000 with pocket jacks from early position. The button calls. The flop comes king of diamonds, king of spades, and 5 of hearts. You check. The button checks back. The turn brings the 2 of hearts. You bet small, and they fold. This quiet play demonstrates control. Your jacks were likely best, but there was no need for aggression. The paired board gave you space to manage risk while still collecting value. The most common mistake with paired boards is assuming they are always safe. While they reduce possible combinations, they also encourage slow plays. Many players who actually hold trips or full houses will act passively, waiting to trap. Betting too confidently can feed their plan. The solution is to keep your bets small and your emotions steady. Small bets protect you from traps and still earn folds from weaker hands. The psychological side of paired boards is fascinating. They challenge your ability to separate real danger from imagined danger. When you see a repeated card, your mind fills with possibilities. You imagine that someone must have it. But most of the time, they do not. Remind yourself that poker is built on frequency. The rare hands do not appear as often as they feel. This thought helps you stay calm and logical in the face of uncertainty. Paired boards also let you demonstrate emotional discipline. A weaker player might panic, slowing down too much, or folding too soon. A reckless player might overbet, chasing a fold that would have come naturally. The disciplined player does neither. They bet small when the board favors them, check when the texture feels balanced, and call when the story fits. This steady rhythm creates consistency that outlasts luck. Over time, you will learn to read these boards with intuition. You will feel when a paired flop is good for your range and when it favors your opponent. You will sense when the board limits their options and when it disguises their strength. This awareness transforms jacks from a hand of tension into a hand of flow. You no longer guess, you observe. In the end, paired boards remind us that poker is not a game of constant combat. It is a conversation between logic and patience. When you approach these flops with curiosity instead of fear, your jacks will guide you to steady wins. Each paired board becomes an opportunity to practice composure. Whether you bet or check, call or fold, the strength lies not in the cards, but in the calm behind them. That calm is the true edge, and it grows with every hand you play. Chapter 14. C-Betting Strategy. Continuation betting, or key betting, is one of the most powerful tools in poker. It allows you to build pots, apply pressure, and control the flow of the game. With pocket jacks, your K-bet strategy becomes especially important, because this hand often lives in the middle ground of strength. You are ahead of many hands, but behind a few dangerous ones. Using C-bets correctly turns this balance into steady profit. Using them recklessly can turn strong hands into losses. A continuation bet is a follow-up bet, made after raising pre-flop. You raised before the flop, your opponent called, and now the board has arrived. Whether or not you hit it, you have the option to continue representing strength. The C-bet works because it tells a believable story. When you raised pre-flop, you suggested you held premium cards. A C-bet reinforces that image. It puts your opponent in a difficult position. Do they trust their weaker pair or believe your story? For pocket jacks, the key is choosing the right moments and the right size. You do not need to C-bet every flop. The decision depends on board texture, number of opponents, and position. On dry boards with few draws, a small C-bet works beautifully. It keeps your range wide and earns folds from overcards like ace-king or king-queen. On wet or dangerous boards, checking is often better. It protects your stack and lets you gather information. Let's explore a simple example. You raise pre-flop to 6 with the jack of hearts and the jack of spades. The big blind calls. The flop comes 10 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, and 2 of spades. This is a dry, safe board. Your opponent checks. You bet 1/3 of the pot. They fold. That small, simple bet wins immediately. Your K-bet worked not because you were lucky, but because the story you told made sense. Your pre-flop raise represented strong hands like aces, kings or queens, all of which would bet this flop. You continued that narrative, and your opponent stepped aside. Now imagine the same scenario with a different flop. 9 of hearts, 8 of hearts, and 7 of spades. This is a wet, connected board filled with draws. Your opponent checks. You check behind. This time, restraint is your strength. Betting here could backfire. The flop connects with too many calling hands, such as 10-9, 8-7, or even suited connectors. By checking, you avoid inflating a dangerous pot and allow yourself to make a more informed decision on the turn. The size of your C-bet is just as important as the timing. Professionals often use smaller bets than beginners expect. Betting 1/3 to half the pot creates pressure without risk. Smaller bets accomplish the same goal as large ones. They deny free cards and force mistakes, but with less commitment. A smaller C-bet also lets you bluff more frequently, while maintaining balance. The beauty of poker lies in these subtle choices. Control the size, and you control the story. Position again plays a crucial role. When you are in position, C-betting becomes safer. You can see how your opponent reacts and decide whether to continue. If they call your small C-bet on a dry board, you can slow down on the turn. If they fold, you win instantly. When you are out of position, caution grows more valuable. Check some flops that seem marginal, especially against observant players. This keeps your range balanced and prevents opponents from attacking every time you check. Here is a tournament example. You raise from the cutoff with pocket jacks. The button calls. The blinds fold. The flop comes king of diamonds, 7 of spades, and 2 of hearts. This is not an ideal board, but your pre-flop raise allows you to represent the king. You make a small c-bet, about 1/3 of the pot. The button folds. You win quietly. The hand shows that c-betting is not about strength alone. It is about credibility. You told a story that made sense, and your opponent believed it. C-betting also helps you gather information. If your opponent calls your bet quickly, they likely have something worth continuing with. If they hesitate and fold, you learn how easily they surrender. Each reaction adds to your understanding of the table. Good players use c-bets, not just to win pots, but to build a map of their opponent's tendencies. Over time, this map becomes more valuable than the chips themselves. The emotional side of c-betting is learning to stay detached from immediate results. Sometimes your c-bet will get raised. Sometimes it will be called, and you'll lose at showdown. None of that means the move was wrong. Poker rewards correct decisions repeated over time, not individual outcomes. The moment you stop caring about one pot and start thinking in thousands, you step into the mindset of a professional. C-betting with jacks teaches a special kind of balance. It shows you how to mix logic with patience. You learn to bet small for value, check when unsure, and keep every action purposeful. There is peace in that precision. The calm player never feels forced to act. They move with rhythm, guided by understanding rather than fear. To master c-betting, remember 3 principles. First, choose the right boards, dry and unconnected. Second, choose the right size, small and efficient. Third, choose the right reason to tell a believable story. Every time you apply these steps, you strengthen your decision-making muscles. You transform jacks from a guessing hand into a structured, steady weapon. The art of poker is not in the size of your bets, but in the clarity of your choices. A calm close bet with purpose achieves more than a loud one, made from emotion. Over time, those quiet, measured bets build consistency and confidence. That is how professionals win, one thoughtful decision at a time. Chapter 15. Pot Control. Pot control is one of the most valuable concepts in poker, and pocket jacks are the perfect hand to study it with. The idea is simple. You manage the size of the pot so that it matches the strength of your hand. You build the pot when you are clearly ahead, and you keep it small when uncertainty appears. Pot control protects you from big losses while keeping your range flexible. It allows you to stay in control of the hand without trying to dominate it. Pocket jacks are strong, but they are rarely invincible. They win small pots often and lose big ones when misplayed. That pattern is a clue. It tells you that your goal is not to force massive pots with them. It is to win manageable ones, steadily. Controlling the pot size helps you do that. By betting smaller, checking in the right spots, and choosing calm lines, you preserve value while staying out of unnecessary danger. Imagine a simple example. You raise pre-flop to 6 with jacks, and the button calls. The flop comes 10 of spades, 7 of hearts, and 4 of diamonds. This is a friendly board. You bet half the pot, and your opponent calls. The turn brings the queen of clubs. Now the situation changes. That card connects with many drawing and calling ranges. Instead of continuing to bet, you check. The opponent checks behind. The river is the two of hearts. You check again. They bet small. You call, and they show 10-9 suited. You win. This quiet sequence demonstrates perfect pot control. You extracted value early, avoided risk later, and reached showdown safely. The principle is to measure aggression based on clarity. When the board feels clear and safe, you build. When it feels cloudy, you slow down. Pot control is not passivity. It is selective pacing. Professionals understand that chips saved are as important as chips won. A single large mistake can erase hours of good play. Managing pot size prevents that. Here is another situation. You raise from early position, and a loose player on the button calls. The flop comes 8 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, and 3 of hearts. You bet, and they call. The turn is the 9 of diamonds, completing possible straights. You check. They check behind. The river brings the king of spades. You check again. They bet 2/3 of the pot. Against this type of opponent, you can fold calmly. The board ran out badly, and you kept the pot small enough that the loss does not matter. The control was not in the fold, it was in the earlier decision to stop betting. Pot control also helps you deal with position disadvantages. When you are out of position, it is harder to dictate the pace of the hand. Checking and calling become your main tools. You let your opponent speak first, revealing information through their bet sizes. If they bet small, you can call and re-evaluate. If they bet big, you can fold without regret. The discipline to check and wait is what separates advanced players from emotional ones. In position, pot control takes a different form. You might bet the flop and then check the turn, using your position to collect information. When you check behind, you freeze the action. The pot stops growing, and you earn a free card or a cheap showdown. Many players feel that checking in position shows weakness. The truth is the opposite. It shows confidence. You trust your understanding of the situation enough to slow down. Pot control also reduces emotional swings. Big pots create big stress. When you regularly find yourself in coin flip situations for large amounts, your mind tires faster. By keeping most pots small and controlled, you protect not just your chips but your focus. You stay even-tempered, ready to make clear decisions across long sessions. Let's take a tournament example. Blinds are 1,000 and 2,000. You have 60,000 chips. You raise to 5,000 with jacks from middle position. The big blind calls. The flop comes 9 of hearts, 8 of spades, and 2 of clubs. You bet 6,000. They call. The turn brings the king of hearts. You check. They check back. The river is the 3 of diamonds. You check again, and they check behind. You win against pocket sevens. By choosing smaller bets and checking turns that change the texture, you controlled risk perfectly. Pot control is not just a strategy, it is a mindset. It teaches humility. You stop trying to win every chip in every hand. You start focusing on consistency instead. The calm player does not fear checking behind or calling small. They know that poker is a long journey. Each small pot, played well, builds the foundation for profit. Each avoided trap adds to survival. There are moments when pot control must give way to aggression. If the board stays safe through the turn and river, you can return to betting for value. You are not avoiding risk forever. You are delaying it until the situation makes sense. This rhythm, aggression, pause, evaluation, continuation, defines balanced play. Pocket jacks respond beautifully to that rhythm because they thrive in controlled, predictable situations. The emotional trap of pot control is guilt. Many players feel they should have won more when they see they were ahead. They regret checking or calling instead of betting. That feeling fades with experience. Over thousands of hands, you will learn that small wins with safety beat large wins with chaos. The quiet pots add up. The wild ones destroy momentum. To master jacks, think of pot control as your safety net. It lets you climb higher without fear of falling. It keeps your session steady, your mind quiet, and your bankroll healthy. Every time you choose the smaller path instead of the reckless one, you reinforce calm thinking. The calm mind is undefeated in poker. Pot control is how you keep it that way. Chapter 16. Turn Pressure Decisions. The turn card is one of the most revealing moments in poker. By the time it arrives, the pot has grown, the ranges have narrowed, and tension fills the air. For players holding pocket jacks, this is often the point where a good hand becomes uncertain. The flop gave you direction, but the turn decides your future. Learning how to manage pressure on the turn, whether you are facing aggression or deciding to apply it, is critical to maintaining control and confidence. The turn is sometimes called the decision street, for a reason. It is where hands either stabilize or collapse. On the flop, you can make small mistakes and recover. On the river, most of your choices are already made. But the turn shapes the story. It is where pots grow large and emotions rise. Many players lose their balance here. They call too quickly, chase losses, or bluff without a plan. Pocket jacks demand discipline on this street, more than any other. Imagine a common spot. You raise to 6 before the flop, with the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. The cutoff calls. The flop comes 9 of spades, 7 of hearts, and 2 of clubs. You bet half the pot, and they call. The turn brings the king of diamonds. Suddenly the board shifts. That single card connects with many of the hands your opponent might have called with, king queen, king 10, or even king 9. It also weakens your perceived strength. Here, pot control is your ally. Checking allows you to reevaluate. If your opponent bets small, you can call and reach the river. If they bet large, you can fold calmly, knowing the texture has turned against you. Now let's reverse the situation. You raise pre-flop, and the flop comes 10 of clubs, 8 of diamonds and 4 of spades. You continuation bet small, and your opponent calls. The turn brings the 3 of hearts, a safe card. This is a good place to apply pressure. A second bet continues your story, and forces opponents with weak pairs or draws to fold. When the turn card changes nothing, you can often take the pot right there. The best players recognize these safe turns instantly and attack them with controlled confidence. The trick is to recognize which turns are dangerous and which are neutral. A dangerous turn connects with the calling range of your opponent, high cards, suited connectors, or straight completing numbers. A neutral turn does not change much, low cards that do not form new draws. Each category calls for a different rhythm, Dangerous turns invite patience. Neutral turns reward aggression. Stack size also shapes your turn decisions. In deep cash games, you have more flexibility. You can call and fold later without committing too much. In tournaments with shorter stacks, every chip matters. A single turn decision can define your event. When short-stacked, clarity matters more than subtlety. If you bet the flop and face a shove on a scary turn, folding jacks is not cowardice, it is precision. Over thousands of hands, those folds preserve your stack and your focus. Position again provides a major edge. When you act last, you can use the turn to control the pace. If your opponent checks, you can check back and reach a cheap showdown. If they bet, you can measure the size and timing. In position, even difficult turns become manageable. Out of position, things feel different. You must decide before seeing what your opponent does. In these spots, simplicity is your defense. Check, assess, and call only when the math supports it. Forcing action from the wrong seat invites mistakes. Emotionally, the turn tests your patience. You already invested time, chips, and focus into the hand. The temptation to protect that investment grows strong. This is where many players fall into what professionals call the sunk cost trap, chasing a pot because they already contributed to it. But poker has no memory. Every decision must be fresh, made with the information at hand. If the turn brings a bad card and your opponent shows strength, folding is not giving up. It is starting clean. The best players fold proudly when logic says so. Let's walk through another example. You are in a tournament with blinds of 2,000 and 4,000. You have 90,000 chips. You raise to 10,000 with jacks. The big blind calls. The flop comes 10 of hearts, 5 of clubs, and 4 of hearts. You bet small, and they call. The turn brings the king of spades. They lead out for 20,000. This is a perfect turn pressure test. The king changes everything, and their lead represents confidence. Against many players, folding here saves half your stack. You stay alive to find a better spot. The strength is not in the chips you keep, it is in the clarity of your choice. Turn pressure can also work in your favor. Suppose you are in position, and the flop is 9 of spades, 6 of clubs, and 2 of hearts. You co-bet, and your opponent calls. The turn brings the ace of diamonds. They check. This card is excellent for you. It favors your preflop raising range more than theirs. A calm second bet here often wins the hand outright. You are not betting because you have an ace. You are betting because your story fits. Logic replaces luck. That quiet consistency defines professional poker. The turn also teaches emotional endurance. Each bet and call deepens your involvement in the hand. You must stay centered as the tension rises. Breathe between decisions. Separate thought from reaction. The pressure of the turn is not your enemy, it is your training ground. It teaches you how to remain calm when others rush. Over time, you will notice that your turn play defines your entire game. Flops are theory. Rivers are luck. The turn is where mastery lives. Each time you navigate it with jacks calling when safe, folding when trapped, betting when clear, you sharpen your instincts. These instincts will carry into every other hand you play. Pocket jacks reward structure. They are not the hand for wild bluffs or desperate calls. They are the hand that rewards measured precision. The turn is your test of that precision. If you can stay logical under pressure, the rest of poker becomes quiet and manageable. Each turn you face will feel less like chaos and more like rhythm, the steady beat of calm thinking, guiding you through the noise of the game. Chapter 17. River Bluff Catching. The river is the end of every poker hand, a final chance for clarity or chaos. By this point, all the cards are out, the pot is large, and emotions have built quietly through the previous streets. For players holding pocket jacks, the river often becomes a test of intuition and composure. You will face bets that look strong, bluffs that sound convincing, and silences that make you second-guess everything. The art of catching bluffs, or knowing when to call on the river, requires calm analysis and trust in your process. A bluff catch means calling on the river with a medium-strength hand because you believe your opponent is bluffing. Pocket jacks fall naturally into this category. They often end up as a good but not great holding when the final card is dealt. You rarely have the nuts, but you also rarely have air. To turn that into profit, you must balance logic, observation, and courage. Imagine a classic scenario. You raise pre-flop to 6 with the Jack of Hearts and the Jack of Clubs. The big blind calls. The flop comes 10 of spades, 8 of hearts, and 2 of diamonds. You bet half the pot, and they call. The turn brings the 4 of clubs. You check. They check behind. The river is the king of diamonds. Suddenly, your opponent bets the full pot. This is the moment every player dreads, a large unexpected river bet. Most players fold without thinking, convinced they are beaten. But stop for a moment. Ask what story your opponent is telling. If they truly had a king, why didn't they bet the turn? Why wait until now? The line feels off. You count your options, take a breath, and call. They show 9-7 suited, a missed straight draw. You win. The power came not from aggression, but from patience and logic. Catching bluffs is about patterns, not guesses. You are not trying to hero call for glory. You are analyzing behavior. Ask yourself 4 questions before calling a big river bet. First, what hands are you beating? If your jacks still beat missed draws or weak pairs, your call might be justified. Second, what hands are you losing to? If the opponent's value range includes many strong top pairs, 2 pairs, or better, folding becomes easier. Third, does their story make sense? Good players build consistent narratives across streets. Weak players tell broken stories. If the line of betting feels inconsistent, passive early, aggressive late, you may be looking at a bluff. Fourth, what does the bet size say? Small bets often seek value. Huge bets often seek fear. Large overbets are especially polarizing. They represent either the nuts or nothing. Calm players use that pattern to make accurate calls. Another example. You raise pre-flop with jacks, and the button calls. The flop comes Queen of Hearts, 7 of Clubs, and 4 of Hearts. You bet small. They call. The turn brings the 2 of Spades. You check. They check back. The river is the 9 of Diamonds. You check again, and they bet big. This board does not help many hands that would check the turn. Their sudden interest in betting the river suggests a missed draw rather than slow-played strength. Calling here makes sense. If they show a bluff, you win a pot. You might have surrendered out of fear. If they show a real hand, you lose small, but gain valuable insight into their patterns. River bluff catching is not about guessing correctly every time. It is about maintaining clarity under pressure. Many players overthink the moment. They replay every action and drown in doubt. Professionals simplify. They rely on logic, probability, and emotional stillness. You cannot control whether your opponent bluffs, but you can control how calmly you respond. Position adds another layer to your decision. When you are in position and your opponent checks the river, your jacks often have enough value to check back. There is no need to bet thinly into uncertainty. When you are out of position and they bet, your job is to decode intent. Every second they take, every movement they make, and every bet size they choose adds to the story. Stay silent. Stay grounded. Let the facts speak. In live poker, physical tells can complement logic. Quick bets after long pauses often signal weakness. Players who talk during a big river bet are frequently uncomfortable. Still, rely more on structure than on instinct. In online play, timing tells replace body language. Quick calls on earlier streets followed by long pauses on the river often mean indecision or a last attempt at bluffing. Learn these rhythms, but never let them override logic. A calm mindset is your best weapon on the river. Fear tries to make you fold hands that are still ahead. Pride tries to make you call when you already know you are beaten. The balanced player listens to neither. They measure. They breathe. They decide based on reasoning. The river rewards those who accept uncertainty without panic. Let's revisit an example where you must fold. You raise pre-flop, and the flop comes 9 of spades, 6 of clubs, and 3 of hearts. You bet, and your opponent calls. The turn is the queen of spades. You check. They bet half the pot. You call. The river brings the ace of hearts. They shove all in for twice the pot. This time, the story fits. Their line shows consistent strength, improving from medium to strong across all streets. Folding here is not weakness, it is wisdom. Each correct fold saves chips and builds confidence. The art of bluff catching is emotional balance. You win some, you lose some. The results do not define your skill. The process does. Over hundreds of river calls, the numbers will work in your favor if your decisions are grounded in logic. Even losing calls can teach timing, sizing, and human behavior. The goal is to learn, not to be perfect. When you call and catch a bluff, it feels satisfying, but stay composed. Do not gloat or celebrate. That peace of mind keeps your opponents guessing. When you fold correctly, feel the same calm pride. Both outcomes show mastery. Pocket jacks teach you this truth gently. They ask you to look beyond fear, beyond ego, into pure analysis. The river is never about being lucky. It is about trusting your structure. Each quiet, correct call brings you closer to understanding poker's real rhythm, not a game of emotion, but a meditation of logic. When you reach that state, you no longer play jacks. You play the player, with peace in your mind and purpose in your heart. Chapter 18. Tournament dynamics. Pocket jacks behave differently in tournaments than they do in cash games. The cards are the same, but the environment changes everything. In tournaments, chips have greater meaning because once they are gone, you cannot rebuy freely. Stack sizes shift constantly, blinds rise every few minutes, and opponents adjust their ranges based on survival, not just profit. To play jacks successfully in a tournament, you must understand how pressure, structure, and timing influence every decision. In cash games, jacks are a long-term investment. You can reload after a loss and play a steady strategy. In tournaments, every hand has context. A single mistake can end your run. That makes jacks both exciting and dangerous. They are strong enough to double you up, but fragile enough to eliminate you if handled carelessly. The key is adapting their power to the shifting rhythm of tournament life. At the start of a tournament, stacks are deep and blinds are small. This is the most comfortable stage for jacks. You can raise confidently and play post-flop with room to maneuver. If you face aggression, you can call and see how the board develops without risking too much of your stack. These early levels reward patience. There is no need to flip coins or gamble. Jacks are strong enough to accumulate chips through steady small pots. Imagine you are in the early levels with 50,000 chips and blinds at 100 and 200. You raise to 500 with the Jack of Hearts and the Jack of Clubs. The big blind calls. The flop comes 9 of spades, 7 of hearts, and 2 of diamonds. You bet 1/3 of the pot. They call. The turn brings the 4 of clubs. You check. They check back. The river is the 10 of diamonds. You check again. They bet small. You call, and they show 8-6 suited. You win. This hand illustrates classic early stage play, calm, balanced, and focused on value. You did not chase massive pots. You preserved your stack and built slowly. As the tournament progresses, stacks shrink relative to blinds. The middle stages are where pocket jacks become tricky. With 20 to 40 big blinds, you cannot always afford to see flops. Many situations become push or fold. The math begins to favor direct aggression. Jacks still rank among the best hands to move all in with, especially against late position raises. Their equity remains strong against most calling ranges, and the fold equity from your shove adds extra value. Consider this middle stage example. The blinds are 1,000 and 2,000, with a 200 ante. You have 40,000 chips. A player in late position raises to 5,000. You are in the small blind with jacks. This is an ideal spot to move all in. Your shove pressures their entire range. They must fold most of their weaker hands, like ace-10 or small pairs. When they call, you are usually flipping against ace-king or dominating hands like 10s and 9s. The math supports the move, and your tournament life is protected by logic, not fear. When stacks get shorter, below 20 big blinds, your decision-making simplifies further. Jacks become a clear all-in pre-flop against most ranges. There is little room for finesse. The goal is to collect blinds, antes, and weak calls. In these stages, hesitation is costly. Waiting for a safer hand often leads to losing chips through blinds and antes. Jacks are strong enough to act decisively. Confidence, paired with timing, creates momentum. In contrast, when you hold a big stack, the same hand changes character. Now jacks are a tool for pressure. You can use them to open raise frequently, isolating shorter stacks who fear elimination. They will fold stronger hands than they would in a cash game, because of tournament pressure. This psychological edge, known as ICM pressure, transforms jacks into a weapon. You are not just playing your cards, you are playing the fear of those who have less. Bubble play, the stage right before payouts, amplifies this effect. Players tighten up, desperate to survive. This is where jacks shine. You can open raise wider and 3-bet more aggressively because opponents hesitate to risk their tournament lives. The key is awareness. Choose your targets wisely. Attack medium stacks who want safety, not short stacks who are desperate, or big stacks who can fight back. With correct reads, jacks can dominate the bubble phase. Once you reach the money, the mindset shifts again. The field thins, and aggression rises. Jacks return to their original identity. Strong, but not bulletproof. In late stages or final tables, blinds and antes force constant pressure. You will often find yourself all in pre-flop with jacks against a mix of ranges. The key is acceptance. You cannot wait forever for aces or kings. Jacks will often decide your tournament path. When you shove with them and lose, it is not failure. It is variance doing its job. Trust the math, not the emotion. Post-flop play in tournaments requires special care. With shallow stacks, you must commit early or fold early. There is little room to float or bluff multiple streets. Betting small on safe boards keeps pots manageable, while checking dangerous ones preserves chips. Every decision must respect stack depth. You are playing with limited resources. Treat them like oxygen. Every breath matters. Emotionally, tournaments magnify everything. The blinds ticking upward create urgency. Each hand feels heavier than the last. This is where mental calm becomes your real weapon. Pocket jacks will test your ability to stay patient through bad beats, coolers, and long stretches without action. The player who remains centered through those moments often outlasts the rest. Tournament poker rewards endurance more than luck. Think of your jacks as companions on the road, rather than heroes of the story. They help you build early, survive the middle, and fight through the end. Some days they will double you up. Other days they will send you home. What matters is the structure of your decisions. Every raise, call or fold based on logic rather than emotion makes you a better player regardless of outcome. Over time, you will start to feel the rhythm of tournaments in your bones, when to tighten, when to loosen, when to protect, when to strike. Jacks fit perfectly into that rhythm. They are strong enough to lead, but humble enough to remind you that nothing in poker is guaranteed. Master that balance, and you will find peace in every stage of the game, whether you are deep in chips or fighting with one last big blind. Chapter 19: Cash Game Adjustments. In a cash game, pocket jacks live in their most natural environment. The stacks are deep, the blinds stay constant, and every chip has a fixed value. Unlike tournaments, there is no pressure from rising blinds or pay jumps. You can wait, adjust, and re-enter if needed. This steady structure makes jacks both more profitable and more demanding. They reward patience and punish overconfidence. To play them well in cash games, you must think in terms of long-term value, table image, and adaptability. Cash games are about endurance. They move slower, but each decision compounds over hours of play. Jacks thrive in this rhythm because they generate consistent profit against weaker ranges. The key is adjusting your strategy based on the type of table, the depth of stacks, and the behavior of your opponents. You are not trying to win every hand. You are building edges that last through hundreds of orbits. Let's start with deep stacks. When you and your opponents have more than 100 big blinds, pocket jacks are strong but not dominant. Their value lies in small controlled pots and post-flop clarity. Deep stacks increase the risk of running into set mining or hidden straights. You cannot simply raise large and expect players to fold. In these situations, balance aggression with awareness. Raise to a standard size preflop, but avoid bloating pots with multiple streets of big bets unless the board favors you completely. Imagine a hand in a 1 and 2 cash game. You open to 6 with the Jack of Hearts and the Jack of Clubs from middle position. The cutoff calls, and so does the big blind. The flop comes 10 of spades, 6 of hearts, and 3 of diamonds. You bet half the pot. The cutoff calls. The big blind folds. The turn brings the Queen of Clubs. You check. The cutoff checks back. The river is the 2 of hearts. You bet small for value, and your opponent folds. This hand captures the rhythm of deep stack cash play, moderate bets, pot control, and careful extraction. When stacks shorten, such as 50 big blinds or less, your approach changes. The post-flop margin of error shrinks. You must think more directly about pre-flop ranges and fold equity. Against loose players, jacks are perfect for 3-betting pre-flop. They dominate many calling hands like 10-9 suited, ace-10, or small pairs. Against tight players, flat calling and playing positionally may be safer. The beauty of cash games is that you can adjust endlessly, hand by hand, until you find what works against each opponent. Position remains a cornerstone of profit. In cash games where players can sit for hours, positional advantage compounds like interest. Jacks in position generate quiet profit through steady control. When you act last, you can thin value bet on safe boards and fold cheaply when danger appears. Out of position, your strategy must shift towards simplicity. Fewer bluffs, fewer big pots, more pot control. You are not trying to outplay your opponent with theatrics. You are trying to win cleanly through structure. Table image becomes a deeper layer in cash games. Over time, opponents learn your habits. If they see you 3-bet jacks aggressively, they will begin folding weaker hands. This opens opportunities to mix in bluffs later, with hands like ace-5 suited. Conversely, if you have played passively all session, a sudden 3-bet with jacks earns more respect. Every action sets up future opportunities. Think of each hand not as a battle, but as a line of dialogue in a longer conversation. One of the most important adjustments in cash games is learning when not to stack off. Many players lose large sums by overvaluing jacks in deep spots. Facing a 4-bet from a tight regular, with 200 big blinds behind, is rarely profitable. You might win small pots by calling and controlling, but you will lose big ones by forcing the issue. Folding pre-flop, or after heavy turn, aggression may feel conservative, but in reality, it protects your long-term edge. Cash games reward survival, not heroics. Conversely, when playing against recreational players, jacks become powerful weapons. Many casual players call too often pre-flop and overplay top pair post-flop. Jacks crush that range. You can raise for value, continuation bet, confidently, and extract multiple streets when boards stay low. The skill is in reading the opponent's comfort level. When they lean forward and call quickly, they are often on draws or weak pairs. When they pause and act unsure, they may be ready to fold. Every read helps you choose the right bet size and tempo. Another key adjustment in cash play is understanding variance. In long sessions, you will face swings. Sometimes your jacks will win every showdown. Other times, they will fall to overpairs or strange river cards. Emotional control is your shield. In cash games, variance is not a threat, it is part of the rhythm. The player who handles bad beats calmly always finishes ahead of the one who tilts. You cannot control outcomes, but you can control response. That control becomes profit over time. Let's look at one more example. You are in a deep cash game, sitting with 300 big blinds. A loose player in early position raises to 8. You are on the button with pocket jacks and re-raise to 24. The blinds fold. The original raiser calls. The flop comes 9 of hearts, 6 of clubs, and 3 of diamonds. They check. You bet 1/3 of the pot. They call. The turn is the ace of spades. They check again. You check behind. The river is the jack of diamonds. They check once more. You bet for value, and they pay you off with pocket tens. The story shows how patience and control turn risk into reward. You avoided trouble when the ace appeared, and collected full value when the river gave you strength. Emotionally, cash games require steady energy. There is no finish line, no end of blinds, no guaranteed break. You must manage both your chips and your attention. Pocket jacks teach this balance beautifully. They force you to slow down, observe, and adapt. They remind you that profit comes not from single pots, but from consistency. The best cash players see every hand as a puzzle. Jacks give you the pieces, but only discipline completes the picture. When you raise, you have a plan. When you check, you have a reason. When you fold, you have no regret. Each decision stands on its own logic. Over time, this structure becomes instinct. You start to feel the flow of the table, when to pressure, when to rest, when to trust the cards, and when to trust the fold. In the quiet of a long session, you will notice something deeper. Playing jacks well in cash games feels peaceful. There is no rush, no panic, only rhythm. Each small correct choice builds momentum. The calm player always wins the long game, and pocket jacks, when treated with respect and balance, become a symbol of that peace, steady, disciplined, and quietly profitable. Chapter 20. Online versus live play. Poker is the same game, whether played at a felt table or through a screen, but the environment changes how each decision feels. Pocket jacks behave differently in these two worlds. The cards do not change, yet the pace, psychology, and available information shift dramatically. To master jacks in both settings, you must understand how environment shapes strategy, emotion, and timing. Online poker is fast, efficient, and mathematical. Decisions come in seconds, and players use software or heads-up displays to track tendencies. You cannot see facial expressions or hear tone. Instead, you read timing, bet patterns, and data. In this world, pocket jacks become a numbers-driven hand. You play them based on ranges and position rather than emotion. The quick pace means you face more hands per hour, which also means more situations with jacks. You learn quickly through repetition. Live poker is slower and more psychological. You see your opponents. You sense their rhythm, their confidence, their fatigue. You can talk, observe, and gather information in ways no computer can provide. But the slower pace means fewer hands and longer waits. This amplifies emotion. Every big hand feels heavier. Pocket jacks in a live game can feel like an event. The table watches and your own heartbeat quickens. In these moments, discipline matters more than math. Let's start with online play. You open a new session, six-handed, 1 and 2 blinds. You are on the cutoff with the Jack of Spades and the Jack of Hearts. You raise to 5. The button 3-bets to 15. The blinds fold. You call. The flop comes 10 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, and 2 of hearts. You check. The button continuation bets small, 1/3 of the pot. You call. The turn brings the 9 of spades. You check again. The button checks back. The river is the 4 of clubs. You check once more. The button checks, and you win against ace-king suited. This hand is a perfect example of online calm. Each action follows a pattern. There is no conversation, no physical tension. It is pure analysis, betting ranges, board textures, and stack sizes. The quiet precision of online play rewards structured thinking. You are not reacting to tone or gesture. You are responding to math. The primary advantage online is volume. You can play hundreds of hands in an hour. The repetition builds pattern recognition quickly. You begin to see what works: smaller 3-bets, balanced continuation bets, and careful control with medium-strength pairs like jacks. Over time, the numbers shape your instincts. The danger, however, is detachment. The speed can make you robotic. You start clicking buttons without reflection. To stay grounded, pause occasionally. Review your reasoning, not just your results. In online poker, mindfulness prevents autopilot. Now shift to live play. The lights are warm, chips clink softly, and conversation hums around you. You look down at pocket jacks and feel the familiar mix of confidence and caution. Live poker adds the human layer, the eyes, the breathing, the subtle timing. A simple glance at your opponent can change how you perceive the hand. The slower pace gives your mind more time to wander, which can be both a gift and a trap. Imagine this. You are in a 1 and 2 live cash game. You raise to 7 from middle position with jacks. The player on the button calls. The flop comes king of hearts, 7 of clubs, and 5 of diamonds. You check. The button hesitates and bets 10. Their hand trembles slightly as they stack chips. You call. The turn brings the 2 of spades. You check again. They check behind. The river is the jack of clubs. You bet small, and they call with king 10. You win a tidy pot. Here patience and observation worked better than speed. The physical tells guided your rhythm. In live play, deception and timing replace raw speed. Your jacks gain strength not through mathematics alone, but through how you handle pressure and observation. Small pauses, soft speech, and steady movements create an aura of confidence that influences opponents. Calm players in live poker often win before the showdown. Their energy affects the entire table. Another difference lies in variance. Online, you experience swings quickly. You can lose with jacks 3 times in 10 minutes and win with them 5 times the next hour. Live. Each of those moments might take an hour or more. The slower pace stretches emotion. One bad beat feels larger. Handling those moments with grace becomes a skill in itself. You will learn to smile, stack your chips quietly, and continue as if nothing happened. That poise is rare and powerful. Bet sizing also shifts between formats. Online, smaller bets dominate. The game is efficient, and players adjust instantly to mathematical cues. Live, bet sizes often drift larger, because players respond to emotion rather than calculation. A half-pot bet online might need to become 2/3 or more in a live room to achieve the same fold frequency. Understanding that difference keeps your strategy aligned with the environment. Online tells come through timing. Quick calls often signal medium strength, while long pauses before small bets can indicate indecision. Live tells are physical and emotional. Watch for breathing, posture, and hands touching chips too early. These cues add layers of meaning beyond the cards. But never rely on them completely. A calm demeanor can mask strength or weakness equally well. Use them as guides, not gospel. Both worlds require emotional management. Online poker tempts impatience. Live poker tempts overconfidence. Jacks sit at the crossroads of both. They teach you to slow down online and to stay humble live. In both settings, the same truth applies. Decisions made calmly will always outperform reactions made emotionally. When you combine experience from both environments, your understanding deepens. Online repetition sharpens logic. Live observation strengthens intuition. Together they create complete awareness, the ability to think like a machine while feeling like a human. Pocket jacks flourish under that balance. They remind you that the game is not about where you play, but how you think. Whether the chips are digital or physical, the lesson remains: consistency wins. In the silence of your computer screen, or the hum of a card room, your goal is the same: clear thought, controlled pace, and quiet confidence. The environment changes, but discipline endures. Play jacks with the same steady rhythm everywhere, and the game will feel timeless. Chapter 21. Exploitative Adjustments. Poker strategy is built on 2 levels: the balanced approach that works against everyone, and the exploitative approach that works against specific people. Pocket jacks sit perfectly between those worlds. They are strong enough to play by the book, yet flexible enough to exploit weakness. Learning how to shift between these styles is how you turn jacks from a break-even hand into a long-term profit engine. An exploitative adjustment means intentionally breaking from perfect theory, because your opponent's habits allow it. The idea is simple. If someone plays predictably, you can use that predictability against them. This approach requires observation, timing, and restraint. You are not just reacting to the cards, you are reacting to behavior. Let's start with tight players. These opponents fold too often and bet only when they have strong hands. Against them, jacks gain power through controlled aggression. You can raise more freely, continuation bet smaller, and take pots without showdown. Imagine a situation where you raise to 6 from early position with jacks, and a tight player calls on the button. The flop comes 10 of hearts, 5 of clubs, and 2 of spades. You bet 1/3 of the pot. They fold instantly. Against this type of player, that result is common. They fear overcards and prefer security. You can exploit that fear by staying consistent and confident. Now consider the opposite, loose and aggressive players. These opponents love to apply pressure, bluff often, and test boundaries. Against them, your jacks shift from an attacking hand to a trap hand. You can check call more frequently and allow them to overextend. For example, you raise preflop and a loose opponent calls. The flop comes 9 of spades, 8 of diamonds, and 4 of clubs. You check. They bet big. You call. The turn brings the 2 of hearts. You check again. They shove. You call and watch them show Queen 10 suited, a failed draw. Here, you use their aggression against them. Your calm patience turned their strength into a mistake. Exploitative adjustments begin with awareness. You must first identify your opponent's type. Some players fear losing chips. Others fear missing opportunities. Each fear creates predictable actions. Tight players fold too much. Passive players call too much. Aggressive players bet too much. Your job is to respond calmly, with strategy rather than emotion. Against passive players, your jacks should lean toward value. Bet for profit, not deception. They will call with worse pairs and chase weak draws. There is no need to bluff them. They bluff themselves by calling too wide. Keep bet sizes modest and steady. When you have position, value bet all the way through safe boards. Against calling stations, players who refuse to fold, jacks shine. You can bet 3 streets for value and still be ahead. The mistake many players make is slowing down too much out of fear. When you are certain that they will call with worse, betting is not risky, it is correct. Imagine you raise with jacks, get called, and see a flop of 9, 6 and 3. You bet. They call. The turn is the 4. You bet again. They call. The river is the 2. You bet once more. They call and show 8, 7 suited. You win because you never let emotion disrupt logic. Against maniacs, the wild, unpredictable types, your approach changes again. Jacks become shields, not swords. You can let them drive the action and pick your moments. If a maniac 3-bets you constantly, widen your 4-bet range and include jacks. Their chaos feeds your structure. They win small pots, but you win the meaningful ones. Patience is your weapon. Let them believe they control the table, then remind them that logic always wins in the long run. Another form of exploitation comes from bet sizing. Observant players adjust based on how much you wager. Against opponents who fold too often to small bets, use smaller continuation bets more frequently. Against those who chase every draw, increase your sizing to charge them. You are not just changing the amount, you are changing the story your bets tell. Pocket jacks are ideal for this, because they sit naturally in the middle of your range. You can use them to represent both strength and balance. Timing is another subtle tool. Fast actions signal confidence. Slow actions create tension. If you know a player reacts emotionally to hesitation, you can adjust your rhythm. Against fast, analytical players, act quickly and consistently, to deny timing tells. Against slower, instinct-driven players, take your time. Each pause adds weight to your decisions and may push them toward mistakes. Position still dictates the flow of exploitation. In position, You can observe freely and use smaller bets to manipulate reactions. Out of position, you must plan ahead. Decide before the flop how far you are willing to go with jacks. Exploiting opponents while guessing too much only invites error. Keep your strategy simple enough to stay calm. Emotionally exploitative play requires detachment. You are not punishing people, you are studying them. Each mistake you see in others mirrors something to correct in yourself. The goal is understanding, not domination. When you exploit well, it feels peaceful, not personal. You see poker not as a battle of egos, but as a rhythm of observation and adaptation. Let's look at one last example. You are in a cash game against a regular who folds to 3 bets too often. You raise to 6 with jacks, and they re-raise to 18. You decide to 4-bet to 45. They fold again. You show nothing and stack the chips. This small adjustment, knowing their weakness and acting on it, turns marginal spots into profit. You did not need luck. You needed awareness. Over time, your ability to exploit others will come naturally. You will begin to sense when someone is too cautious, too curious, or too proud. Your jacks will become tools of precision, not chaos. You will raise more against the fearful, call more against the reckless, and fold more against the sincere. Every choice will align with what you see, not what you hope. In the end, exploitative poker is an art of empathy. You win because you understand. Pocket jacks teach this lesson gently. They reward logic, observation, and calm timing. The more you watch others, the more clearly you see yourself. Exploitation, when done with respect and clarity, is not manipulation. It is adaptation, the quiet harmony of reading people and responding without fear. Chapter 22: Balancing Your Range. Balance is what separates professionals from instinctive players. It is the quiet structure behind every winning decision. Pocket jacks are the perfect example of a hand that teaches this principle. They are strong, but not invincible, powerful enough to lead, but fragile enough to expose imbalance. To master jacks, you must learn to balance your range, so opponents cannot easily read your intentions. A balanced range means that your betting and checking patterns include both strong hands and weak ones in similar situations. If you always bet with good hands and check with weak ones, opponents can exploit you. If you always 3-bet with premiums and call with mid-strength hands, they can trap you. Balance forces uncertainty. It keeps your opponents guessing and protects you from being predictable. Imagine you raise preflop with jacks, and your opponent calls. The flop comes 10 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, and 3 of hearts. You continuation bet for half the pot. This is a normal play. But if you only c-bet when you hit strong boards, your opponents will catch on. They will fold when you bet and attack when you check. To prevent that, you mix in some c-bets with air, hands like ace-king or king-queen that missed the flop. Those bets balance your jacks. They make your range look wider, keeping your opponents from knowing which part you are in. Balance extends beyond the flop. On later streets, your checking range must also include strong hands occasionally. Suppose the turn comes. Queen of clubs. This is a dangerous card. Many players automatically check with jacks. That is fine, but you should also sometimes check with top pair or sets. By mixing in strength with your checks, you prevent opponents from auto-bluffing when you show weakness. They cannot simply attack your checks if they know danger may be waiting. Balancing your range also applies preflop. If you always 3-bet with aces, kings, queens, and jacks, observant players will start folding to your re-raises. To stay balanced, you can mix in some suited connectors or weaker Broadway hands as occasional 3-bets. This keeps your image unpredictable. You are not just playing the cards, you are protecting the structure of your range. Balance is not about randomness. It is about thoughtful variety. You still favor logic and position, but you add small layers of unpredictability. Against advanced players, these layers matter deeply. They cannot exploit what they cannot define. Against recreational players, balance matters less, but practicing it prepares you for stronger opponents later. Here's a simple live example. You are in a 1 and 2 cash game with pocket jacks on the button. A player in early position raises to 7. You 3-bet to 21. They call. The flop comes 9 of hearts, 6 of clubs, and 4 of spades. You bet small, and they fold. That's normal. A few orbits later, you get ace-5 suited in the same position. The same player raises again. This time, you 3-bet once more. They fold. You show nothing. In their mind, your 3-bet range is now balanced. You might have jacks, or you might have ace-5. They will think twice before adjusting against you. Another example. You raise from the cutoff with jacks, and the big blind calls. The flop comes king of hearts, 9 of spades, and 4 of clubs. You check. The turn brings the 2 of diamonds. You check again. The river is the jack of spades. You bet for value. If you occasionally check similar flops with aces or kings, your opponents will stop bluffing into your checks. They will not know if your check means weakness or a trap. This uncertainty protects your range and your stack. Balance also includes your fold frequency. Folding too often makes you predictable. Never folding makes you reckless. Against aggressive players, defending slightly wider keeps them honest. Against tight players, folding slightly more often keeps your stack safe. Balance does not mean perfect symmetry. It means controlled flexibility. The emotional benefit of balance is calm. When your range is structured, you stop second-guessing. You know that each decision fits within a logical pattern. Win or lose, you are never exposed. That stability feels peaceful. It transforms poker from chaos into rhythm. You no longer rely on luck. You rely on process. Balance also builds psychological control. When opponents cannot read you, they become uncertain. Uncertainty creates mistakes. They hesitate to bluff, they misjudge your strength, and they lose confidence. In poker, that mental edge is worth as much as chips. The player who projects calm unpredictability owns the rhythm of the table. Let's explore one last sequence. You raise from the button with jacks. The big blind calls. The flop comes queen of diamonds, 10 of clubs, and 7 of hearts. You bet small, and they call. The turn brings the 2 of spades. You check. They bet half the pot. You call. The river is the 4 of clubs. They check. You bet small for value, and they fold. The important detail is not the cards, it is the pattern. You mixed aggression and caution in a balanced way. Your opponent could not find your weakness. Over time, That confusion earns you profit. Balance also prevents emotional tilt. When you lose a big pot, you will not spiral into frustration because you know your strategy was sound. You made the right decisions according to your balanced framework. Variance becomes background noise. Confidence comes from structure, not from results. The deeper truth is that balance is freedom. When you play balanced, you are never trapped by one approach. You can shift gears effortlessly. From tight to loose. From aggressive to patient. Without betraying your core logic. Pocket jacks teach this better than almost any hand, because they live between strength and vulnerability. To play them well, you must move fluidly. Balance is that fluidity. Over time, as you master this mindset, opponents will struggle to find reads on you. They will start guessing while you stay grounded. That is the quiet victory of balance. It does not shout. It simply endures. In poker and in life, balance turns volatility into calm understanding. Pocket jacks are your practice ground for that lesson. Consistent, poised, and quietly unpredictable. Chapter 23. Emotional Discipline. Every poker player eventually learns that the real battle is not against opponents, it is against emotion. Cards change. Boards surprise. But the only constant is how you react. Pocket jacks, perhaps more than any other hand, teach this lesson clearly. They bring excitement when you see them, anxiety when overcards appear, and heartbreak when they lose. Emotional discipline is what turns those fluctuations into calm focus. It is how professionals turn jacks from a roller coaster into a steady climb. At first glance, jacks seem simple. They are strong, near the top of the range, and easy to play pre-flop. But after the flop, they sit in a fragile middle ground. You are often ahead, but rarely invincible. This uncertainty is where emotion tries to take over. You see an ace or a king hit the board, and your mind starts to rush. What if I'm behind? Should I bet? Should I fold? Emotional discipline slows that rush. It lets logic breathe. The first principle of emotional discipline is acceptance. You must accept that variance is part of poker. You will sometimes lose with jacks to worse hands. You will also win pots you had no right to win. Over time, those outcomes even out. The disciplined player does not celebrate every win or mourn every loss. They observe both quietly and move on. Emotion, whether positive or negative, belongs after the session, not during it. Imagine a live hand. You raise pre-flop to 6 with jacks and get 3 callers. The flop comes king of hearts, 9 of spades, and 3 of clubs. You continuation bet small. One player calls. The turn brings the 10 of hearts. You check. They bet large. You fold. They show a bluff, maybe queen 8. For many players, that moment burns. They replay it endlessly, questioning every choice. Emotional discipline means you let it go. You know the fold was correct, based on the information you had. You cannot control the outcome, only the process. Discipline also protects you from tilt. Tilt does not always mean anger. Sometimes it looks like impatience, calling too quickly, betting too large, or trying to win back lost chips. Jacks often trigger this because they feel too strong to fold. When you start saying to yourself, I can't keep folding these, emotion has already taken over. The solution is space. Take a breath. Stack your chips. Remind yourself that poker rewards patience, not stubbornness. One technique professionals use is mental reframing. When jacks lose a big hand, instead of thinking, "I can't believe that happened," they think, "I got the money in good." That single thought changes frustration into validation. It reminds you that poker is about decisions, not results. Each correct decision adds invisible value to your long-term profit, even if the short-term result hurts. Another part of emotional discipline is understanding tempo. Poker flows in waves. There will be long stretches of quiet cards followed by bursts of activity. Emotion tries to push you out of rhythm, to play hands you should not, to force action where there is none. Discipline means respecting the tempo. When the game slows, you slow too. When opportunities appear, you act. Jacks fit into this rhythm naturally when you stop forcing them to be more than they are. Here's an example from an online session. You raise from middle position with jacks. The small blind 3-bets. You call. The flop comes queen of diamonds, 8 of clubs, and 4 of spades. The small blind bets half the pot. You call. The turn brings the 9 of diamonds. They check. You check back. The river is the ace of spades. They shove. You fold instantly. They show a bluff in chat. It stings. But the discipline was in trusting your system. You made a calm fold that saved money. Over 1,000 similar hands, those folds will separate winners from losers. Emotional discipline also means controlling body language in live play. Opponents feed on reaction. When you win, stay still. When you lose, stay still. The steadier your presence, the harder it is for others to read you. Over time, this consistency becomes part of your reputation. Players fear the quiet, centered opponent more than the loud, confident one. Calmness is invisible strength. In long sessions, fatigue becomes another emotional trap. The later it gets, the more your patience fades. Jacks dealt at midnight can feel different from jacks dealt at noon, even though they are the same cards. When tired, your brain wants closure. It pushes you toward reckless calls. Professionals counter this by setting rules. Take breaks, stand up, breathe, reset. Emotional control is not about suppressing feelings. It is about managing energy. Meditation and breathing also help. Before a session, take a few slow breaths. Feel your heartbeat steady. During hands, remind yourself to exhale slowly before acting. This simple rhythm reconnects logic to the body. The clearer your breath, the clearer your mind. Calm breathing keeps your decisions grounded in reason. Emotion will always whisper in poker. It will say, "You deserve this pot," or "You can't fold again." Discipline answers softly, "Deserve means nothing." Only logic matters. That inner voice of reason grows stronger every time you trust it. Each calm fold or quiet call strengthens your emotional foundation. Pocket jacks make perfect teachers because they constantly tempt overreaction. They look powerful, yet they demand humility. They invite pride, yet reward patience. Through them, you learn to treat every hand the same, not with excitement or fear, but with focus. Over time, emotional discipline becomes habit. You stop reacting. You start observing. You notice patterns others miss because you are not clouded by frustration or greed. The table slows down around you. The chips move steadily your way. The calm becomes its own reward. In the end, mastering jacks is not about always winning with them. It is about staying centered when they lose. When you can lose with grace and play the next hand with clarity, you have achieved something rare. The game stops being stressful. It becomes meditative. Each decision feels smooth, structured, and unhurried. That peace is the real prize, the one every professional chases quietly, hand after hand through the rhythm of the game. Chapter 24. Reading Bet Patterns. Poker tells many stories, but few are louder than betting patterns. Every bet, raise or check, builds a narrative. The cards may stay hidden, yet how someone bets reveals everything about how they think. Pocket jacks thrive in these moments because they live between strength and vulnerability, strong enough to test patterns, but not so strong that you can ignore them. Learning to read bet patterns turns your jacks into instruments of precision. Bet patterns are habits. Every player leaves clues through repetition. Some always continuation, bet the flop, others only do it with strong hands. Some use small bets as feelers, while others use them as traps. The trick is to collect this information calmly, without judgment. You are not looking for one-time behavior. You are looking for rhythm. When you find rhythm, you find truth. Imagine a common hand. You raise preflop to 6 with the jack of hearts and the jack of spades. The big blind calls. The flop comes 10 of diamonds, 7 of clubs, and 3 of hearts. Your opponent checks. You bet half the pot. They call. The turn brings the queen of spades. They check again. You check behind. The river is the 2 of hearts. They bet large, nearly the size of the pot. This sudden aggression after passivity is a broken pattern. They showed caution on 2 streets, then exploded on the 3rd. More often than not, this means bluff or missed draw. You call. They show 9-8 suited. You win. This simple example demonstrates how bet patterns expose truth. Players reveal emotion through timing and sizing. Calm consistency often signals strength. Sudden shifts usually signal uncertainty. The disciplined player notices the difference and acts accordingly. Another pattern appears in sizing. Some players use the same size every time, half pot, regardless of hand. Others adjust depending on confidence. If a player bets small on dry flops but large on connected ones, they likely fear draws. If they overbet the river after showing weakness, they are trying to buy the pot. With jacks, you occupy the perfect middle ground to test these tendencies. Your hand is strong enough to call, but not so strong that pride clouds your vision. Let's explore a live example. You raise from middle position, and the button calls. The flop comes king of hearts, 9 of spades, and 5 of diamonds. You check. The button bets 10 into 15. You call. The turn brings the 2 of clubs. They bet 25 into 35. You call again. The river is the 4 of hearts. They check suddenly. That reversal in behavior, 2 confident bets followed by a check, tells the story. They either gave up or reached thin value. You check back, and they show queen 9 suited. The pattern spoke clearly. consistent pressure, followed by surrender. You save chips by reading it correctly. Bet patterns often combine with timing. Online, a quick bet usually comes from automatic continuation or confidence. A long pause followed by a small bet often means indecision. Live. The same concept appears through gestures, fumbling chips, glancing quickly after betting, or forcing casual movements. These details form the language of the table. The quiet player who watches, not the one who talks, usually understands it best. To use bet patterns effectively, track behavior across multiple hands, not just one. A single hand can deceive, but repetition never lies. If someone always checks the turn when out of position, they likely fear commitment. If they always raise small on dry flops, they rely on cheap aggression. When you spot these habits, you can adapt. Against cautious patterns, bet more often. Against aggressive patterns, trap them. Poker becomes less about guessing and more about confirmation. Let's look at another example in a tournament setting. Blinds are 2,000 and 4,000. You have 70,000 chips. You raise to 9,000 with jacks. The big blind calls. The flop comes 8 of clubs, 6 of hearts, and 3 of diamonds. They check. You bet 12,000. They call. The turn brings the ace of spades. They check again. You check behind. The river is the 9 of clubs. They bet 25,000. You think back, they called quickly on the flop, hesitated on the turn, and now overbet the river. That rhythm suggests a weak hand, turned into a bluff. You call. They show 10-7 suited. The pattern told the story long before the showdown. Understanding bet patterns also helps you control your own. If your opponents can predict when you bet or check, they can trap you. Mix your timing. Check occasionally with strong hands, and bet occasionally with air. Use a consistent rhythm that hides emotion. Calm behavior is not just polite, it is strategic. When you maintain the same tempo regardless of strength, opponents lose their reference points. You become unreadable. One mistake many players make is reacting too quickly to large bets. A sudden overbet feels intimidating, especially with a medium-strength hand like jacks. Emotional players fold immediately. Disciplined players pause. They ask what the large size means. Is it protection or desperation? If the story does not fit, if earlier streets were quiet and the overbet appears from nowhere, calling calmly often reveals the bluff. The pot belongs to the player who keeps breathing. Conversely, when you face consistent small bets, think carefully before bluff catching. Small, measured bets often come from value-seeking hands. Players use them to keep you curious enough to call. Reading this pattern saves you chips. You do not need to guess. The numbers tell the story. The emotional side of reading patterns is patience. You must stay alert across dozens of hands before the meaning becomes clear. The reward is quiet confidence. You start recognizing the rhythm of each player. The game slows down. You no longer react to single actions, you respond to trends. Each call, fold, and raise becomes part of a larger map. Over time, you will notice that betting patterns repeat endlessly, even across new tables and opponents. Human nature writes the same stories in different handwriting. Fear, greed, and relief look the same in every setting. When you learn to read these emotions through bet sizing and pace, poker stops feeling random. It becomes human. Pocket jacks are perfect for this practice because they force you to listen. They are not so strong that you can ignore others, and not so weak that you must hide. With jacks, you engage, calm, curious, and balanced. You watch the rhythm, test the truth, and act without haste. The best players are not psychic. They are observant. They collect small data, piece by piece, until the picture is clear. When you master reading bet patterns, every hand becomes a conversation, and every bet a sentence. Jacks teach you to listen until you understand. When that happens, poker feels peaceful. You stop chasing the cards and start following the story, quiet, calm, and perfectly clear. Chapter 25. Multiway Pots. Multiway pots, hands involving 3 or more players, are some of the most complicated situations in poker. With every extra player, the math changes, the ranges widen, and the pressure increases. Pocket jacks, which thrive in controlled heads-up pots, become far more delicate here. They are still strong, but their relative value shrinks. To play them profitably in multi-way situations, you must shift from domination to discipline. When more players see the flop, the odds that someone connects increase dramatically. Your jacks will often start ahead but rarely stay there without care. The trick is to control the pot, narrow the field when possible, and manage your expectations. Jacks are no longer the hand you want to build with. They are the hand you want to protect wisely. Imagine a typical cash game setup. You raise to 6 from early position with the jack of spades and the jack of hearts. 2 players call, 1 on the button, 1 in the big blind. The flop comes 9 of diamonds, 7 of clubs, and 3 of spades. The big blind checks. You bet 10. The button calls, and the big blind folds. The turn brings the queen of clubs. You check. The button bets 16. You call. The river is the 2 of diamonds. You check again, and they check back. They show 10-9 suited. You win a modest pot. You kept control and avoided inflating the situation. In multi-way pots, pot control is your shield. Betting smaller and checking more often keeps the hand manageable. If you bet large and get called by multiple players, your jacks lose value quickly. Every call means more potential draws and more made hands in the mix. Your goal shifts from extracting maximum value to avoiding unnecessary risk. Position is vital. When you are first to act in a multi-way pot, you carry the heaviest burden. You must act without knowing what the others will do. In these spots, checking with jacks is often best. It keeps the pot small and disguises your strength. When you are in position, you gain freedom. You can float lightly against smaller bets, collect information, and let others reveal their intentions before committing. Let's move to a tournament example. The blinds are 2,000 and 4,000. You have 90,000 chips. You raise to 10,000 with jacks from middle position. 2 players call, 1 on the button, 1 in the big blind. The flop comes king of hearts, 10 of diamonds, and 4 of clubs. The big blind checks. You check. The button bets 12,000. The big blind folds. You call. The turn brings the 3 of hearts. You check again. The button checks back. The river is the 2 of spades. You check a third time. The button shows Ace 10. You nod, smile, and move on. That pot could have grown dangerous if you had tried to protect your hand. Your discipline saved chips. The emotional trap in multi-way pots is fear of being outdrawn. You see a coordinated board and want to bet big to protect your hand. But big bets create big pots, and big pots attract action. When 3 or more players are involved, protection is often an illusion. The correct approach is to let opponents overcommit with worse hands while you remain steady. The calm player wins not through aggression, but through accuracy. Reading board texture becomes even more important. On low, disconnected flops, your jacks often remain best. On coordinated or high-card boards, caution rules. Each added player increases the likelihood that someone has connected strongly. If a flop comes 9-8-7 or King-Queen 10, assume at least one opponent holds a piece. Adjust by checking more often, controlling pot size, and choosing call over raise. Another quiet advantage comes from observing interactions between opponents. When multiple players are in the hand, you can watch how they respond to one another's bets. If 2 players start raising and re-raising, your jacks can easily become a fold. Let their aggression reveal strength before you risk your stack. Survival is profit. Here's a practical example. In a 1 and 2 cash game, you raise to 8 from middle position with jacks. The cutoff button and small blind all call. The flop comes 10 of spades, 6 of hearts, and 4 of diamonds. The small blind checks. You bet 20. The cutoff calls. The button folds. The small blind raises to 60. In this moment, folding is not weakness, it is wisdom. Multi-way aggression on a low board almost always signals sets or strong draws. Jacks, no matter how pretty, are not worth a war. You save 60 now to win hundreds later. Another principle in multi-way play is selective aggression. When you do choose to bet, your bet must serve a clear purpose, value or protection. Never bet simply because you have a good hand. In multi-way pots, betting for information rarely works. The information you receive often costs too much. Instead, let the board and the opponents tell the story. You listen, adjust, and act only when the logic aligns. When you flop an overpair in a multi-way pot, you are in one of the most emotionally charged spots in poker. The temptation to defend your big hand is strong. But great players know that humility is strength. Check once, evaluate the reactions, and decide later. The pot will not run away. The only thing that runs away is clarity, when emotion takes over. The psychological side of multi-way pots is patience. These hands take longer to resolve, and the action often slows down. Stay composed. The other players may overplay middle pairs or chase draws with poor odds. You simply stay quiet, call when appropriate, and fold when the story turns dangerous. Pocket jacks win many multi-way pots, not by dominating, but by surviving. Over time, you will start to sense when a pot is safe to enter, and when it is best avoided. You will notice that multi-way hands reward composure more than courage. You will fold strong hands without regret, and call light hands with confidence when the moment feels right. That awareness grows from repetition. Each hand adds another layer of understanding. Poker rewards the player who adapts to complexity without panic. Multi-way pots represent the height of that complexity. Every decision ripples through multiple opponents and possibilities. When you can stay calm in those moments when your jacks become tools of balance instead of pride, you have reached a new level of mastery. Jacks teach this lesson gracefully. They remind you that strength is not about winning every battle. It is about staying steady in the storm. When the pot fills with players and tension rises, let others fight over noise. You focus on clarity. Each fold, each quiet call, each patient decision adds to your long-term edge. That is how you win multi-way pots, not by force, but by focus. Chapter 26. Overpairs and Board Texture. An overpair is one of the most comforting and dangerous hands in poker. When you hold pocket jacks, and the flop comes low, something like 9, 6 and 2, you feel safe. You see small cards and assume strength. But that comfort can deceive you. Overpairs win many pots quietly, but lose the biggest ones when played without awareness. To handle them properly, you must learn how board texture transforms their meaning. Board texture describes how the community cards interact with potential ranges. Dry boards are simple, disconnected, and low risk. Wet boards are complex, connected, and full of draws. Your jacks may look identical in your hand, but their real power shifts with the texture of the flop. Understanding that difference separates calm profit from costly disaster. Let's begin with dry flops. Imagine you raise to 6 with jacks, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 8 of clubs, 4 of spades, and 2 of hearts. This is a dream board. Few hands connect strongly. You are ahead of nearly everything. Here, betting for value makes sense. A small continuation bet builds the pot while denying free cards. When called, you still have control. If raised, you can re-evaluate. The raise itself tells you that the opponent either hit a set or is bluffing with little equity. Now compare that to a wet flop. You raise, the big blind calls, and the flop comes. 9 of hearts, 8 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. Suddenly, your jacks feel smaller. Straights and draws surround you. Betting large here invites trouble. This is a spot for pot control. Checking or betting small achieves the same goal. You protect your stack without abandoning the pot. The strength of an overpair is not in its rank, it is in how wisely it adapts. The texture of the board determines how many safe turn and river cards remain. On a dry board, most future cards are harmless. On a wet board, nearly every new card can shift the power dynamic. Professionals calculate this instantly. They ask, what does the next card do to my hand? If the answer is nothing, they continue. If the answer is everything, they slow down. Here's a practical example from a cash game. You raise to 8 with the jack of spades and the jack of clubs. The button calls. The flop comes 10 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, and 2 of clubs. You bet 12. They call. The turn brings the king of hearts. You check. They bet 25. You fold. The board texture changed. The king added overcards and a second heart. That single card shifted the balance from safe to risky. Folding here is not weakness. It is awareness. Contrast that with another board. You raise with jacks. The flop comes 9 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, and 3 of spades. You bet, and they call. The turn brings the 4 of hearts. You bet again. The river is the 2 of diamonds. You bet small for value, and they call with 8-7 suited. The texture remains safe the entire way. Betting across clean streets earned quiet profit. Overpairs also teach the importance of relative strength. Your jacks might be the best hand on a simple board, but that strength disappears when ranges expand. Against one opponent, they are powerful. Against three, they become fragile. The more players in the hand, the more you must respect the texture. Overpairs lose stability as the number of opponents increases. Position magnifies this effect. When you are in position, you can use the board to your advantage. You see how others react to dangerous textures before committing. Out of position, you must play more cautiously. Checking early streets and calling small bets allows you to control the pot size until the board stabilizes. Another key factor is stack depth. With short stacks, overpairs are worth protecting. You often need to commit and trust the math. With deep stacks, caution grows valuable. Big pots on coordinated boards are where strong players trap the impatient. You protect yourself by asking, what story am I telling, and what story are they telling back? If the stories clash sharply, folding is fine. Discipline pays for itself. Here's a tournament example. Blinds are 3,000 and 6,000. You have 100,000 chips. You raise to 12,000 with jacks. The small blind calls. The flop comes 9 of spades, 4 of hearts, and 2 of diamonds. You bet small. They call. The turn brings the 10 of hearts. You check. They check. The river is the 3 of clubs. You bet small for value, and they call with pocket 8s. You win a controlled pot. You manage the texture, not the emotion. The emotional danger of overpairs is attachment. Players fall in love with them. They see safety and ignore signals. They keep betting, thinking, I started ahead, I must still be ahead. This is how big pots disappear. Professionals detach. They see overpairs as temporary advantages, not trophies. If the board changes, they change. That flexibility turns strength into consistency. Let's look at one more sequence. You raise from the cutoff with jacks, and the big blind calls. The flop comes jack of hearts, 10 of spades, and 7 of hearts. You have top set, but the board is extremely wet. Straights and flush draws abound. You bet half the pot. They raise. You call. The turn is the 9 of hearts, completing both draws. They shove. You fold. Some players would call out of pride, unwilling to let go of a set. But the texture screamed danger. The fold saved a stack. Awareness beat attachment. When you learn to read texture, you stop reacting to fear. You start reacting to information. The cards lose their emotional weight. Each flop becomes a map. You read it, follow it, and adjust your pace. On calm terrain, you move forward. On rough ground, you tread lightly. Over time, this awareness spills into every part of your game. You stop labeling boards as good or bad. You start describing them as safe, volatile, or changing. That language builds precision. Poker becomes less about hope and more about structure. Pocket jacks are perfect for this lesson because they live just below dominance. They demand interpretation. They reward players who think in patterns instead of feelings. Each board texture you read correctly adds invisible profit. Each one you misread teaches humility. In the end, playing over pairs is not about trust in the cards. It is about trust in your discipline. When you can see a safe board and extract calm value, or see a dangerous one and fold without regret, you have reached balance. Poker stops being a guessing game. It becomes a conversation between logic and awareness. Jacks are the translator. They remind you that every board is neutral until emotion colors it. The player who sees clearly always wins. One calm pot at a time. Chapter 27. Facing 3 bets. Every poker player eventually feels that small sting of anxiety when an opponent re-raises their open. Pocket jacks are often at the center of that moment. They sit in an awkward space, too strong to fold automatically, but not strong enough to feel safe when the pressure rises. Learning how to handle 3 bets calmly turns jacks from a hand of tension into a hand of control. A 3-bet is simply a re-raise after the initial raise. It changes the geometry of the hand. The pot grows quickly, stacks shrink in relation, and the decision tree narrows. With jacks, this means you must define your plan early. Are you playing for value, for position, or for control? Each reason leads to a different action. Let's start with the fundamentals. Pocket jacks rank near the top of any opening range. Against most opponents, they are far ahead of the hands people use to 3-bet. But not all 3-bets are equal. Some players use them only with premium hands like aces, kings, or queens. Others use them as tools of aggression, with suited connectors and ace highs. The key is to identify which type you are facing. Imagine you open to 6 from middle position, and a tight player on the button re-raises to 20. You have jacks. Against this opponent type, a 4-bet is dangerous. Their range is narrow and strong. Calling makes more sense. You keep the pot manageable while preserving position. When the flop comes low, you can proceed carefully, ready to fold if heavy pressure arrives. Now imagine the same spot against an aggressive player who 3-bets frequently. Here your jacks gain power. You can 4-bet for value, especially if stacks are not too deep. Even if you meet resistance, you will often see hands like ace-queen or pocket tens. Against those ranges, jacks perform beautifully. The key is emotional composure. Do not let fear of overpairs cloud the numbers. One of the biggest mistakes players make with jacks is treating every 3-bet the same. They react emotionally instead of strategically. Against strong opponents, folding jacks occasionally pre-flop is fine. Against loose ones, calling too passively loses value. The goal is to find balance, not through rigidity, but through understanding. Let's look at an online example. You open to 5 with jacks from early position. The small blind 3-bets to 18. You have 200 big blinds effective. You call. The flop comes 9 of clubs, 4 of hearts, and 2 of spades. The small blind continuation bets. Small. You call. The turn is the king of hearts. They bet large. You fold. This is calm discipline. You entered the pot to play a reasonable board, not to fight every battle. The king changed the situation. Folding early protected your long-term profit. In another case, you open from late position and the big blind 3-bets small. You have jacks and 60 big blinds. You 4-bet to a size that applies pressure, expecting folds from weak hands and calls from worse pairs. They shove, and you call. They reveal pocket nines. Your read was right. The calm math of the situation replaced fear with logic. 3-bet pots are defined by stack depth. With shallow stacks around 40 to 60 big blinds, jacks are often strong enough to commit preflop. The ranges overlap, and folding becomes overly cautious. With deeper stacks, discipline grows more valuable. When stacks exceed 100 big blinds, every preflop decision shapes the rest of the hand. Avoid building huge pots with marginal advantages. Position also defines your options. In position, calling is powerful. You gain control over future streets and force your opponent to act first. Out of position, you must simplify. Either fold or occasionally 4-bet to reclaim initiative. Calling out of position with jacks in 3-bet pots often leads to confusion. You face difficult decisions without information. Here's a live example. You are in a 1 and 2 cash game. You raise to 6 from early position with jacks. The cutoff raises to 18. The button folds, blinds fold. You call. The flop comes Queen of clubs, 10 of hearts, and 4 of spades. You check. They bet 25. You call. The turn brings the 2 of diamonds. You check again. They check back. The river is the 3 of hearts. You check. They check again and show ace-king suited. You win. This patient approach used position and board texture to your advantage. You let the hand breathe instead of forcing the issue. Reading 3-bet sizing also provides clues. A small 3-bet often signals a range that includes bluffs. A large one, especially from out of position, tends to mean strength. If you face an unusually big re-raise, it often indicates aces or kings trying to deny equity. Recognizing these patterns prevents costly traps. Emotionally, facing 3-bets tests your patience. It tempts pride. Many players feel insulted when someone re-raises them. They respond by fighting back too often. Professionals detach. They see the 3-bet not as a challenge, but as data. Each raise reveals tendencies. You collect the information quietly and adjust. A useful technique is to plan the hand before acting. When you see a 3-bet, pause and imagine the next 3 streets. If you call, what types of flops help you? What will you do if an overcard appears? If you cannot answer calmly, folding is best. Logical preparation removes emotional confusion. Another insight: 3-bet pots magnify post-flop mistakes. Because the pot is larger, every error costs more. When in doubt, lean toward control. You do not need to win every re-raised hand. You need to lose small and win big. Pocket jacks are perfect for that balance. Let's finish with one more example. In a tournament, blinds are 3,000 and 6,000. You have 120,000 chips. You open to 12,000 with jacks. The big blind re-raises to 36,000. You pause. The opponent has been aggressive, but recently lost a big pot. Emotion might drive their action. You 4-bet shove. They call with ace-10 suited. Your read was correct. This is not recklessness. It is measured awareness. Facing 3 bets with jacks becomes peaceful when you trust your process. You stop fearing what might be and focus on what is. You fold when the story says fold, call when the odds say call, and raise when logic supports it. There is no pride, no panic, only rhythm. Over time, this rhythm replaces the old tension. The sight of a re-raise no longer feels like confrontation. It feels like conversation, one where you decide how loud to speak. Jacks teach that silence can be strength. Sometimes you respond softly with a call, sometimes firmly with a fold, and sometimes decisively with a 4-bet. The wisdom lies in knowing which tone the moment deserves. When you can face a 3-bet without a spike of emotion, when your breathing stays even and your reasoning clear, you have mastered more than a hand. You have mastered yourself. And that, in poker and in life, is the calmest victory there is. Chapter 28. Famous Hands with Pocket Jacks. Pocket jacks have appeared in some of the most unforgettable hands ever played. They win quietly, lose painfully, and reveal character more than any other pair in the deck. Their history across televised poker shows how discipline and emotional control matter far more than luck. Chris Moneymaker, 2003, WSOP, main event. The amateur from Tennessee who sparked the poker boom built parts of his stack through small disciplined pots with medium pairs such as pocket jacks. His most famous moment was the bluff with king high against Sami Faha, but earlier hands with jacks helped him accumulate chips through calm continuation betting and pot control. They were quiet, logical steps on the path to his world championship. Alan Cunningham vs. Jamie Gold, 2006 WSOP, main event. During Jamie Gold's dominant run, Alan Cunningham faced him holding pocket jacks against Gold's ace-king. The jacks held through all 5 cards, and Cunningham remained expressionless as he dragged the pot. The hand showed how composure withstands table talk and spotlight pressure. Gold would go on to win the title, but this pot remains a snapshot of Cunningham's quiet mastery. Michael Mizrachi vs. Jonathan Duhamel, 2010 WSOP main event. Deep at the final table, Mizrachi held pocket jacks, while Duhamel woke up with pocket queens. All the chips went in before the flop. The queens held, ending Mizrachi's run in 5th place. The moment reminded players worldwide that perfect logic can still lose, and that calm acceptance is part of the craft. John Hesp vs. Scott Blumstein, 2017 WSOP main event. John Hesp, the cheerful amateur from England, picked up pocket jacks near the top of the final table and called Blumstein's shove with ace-10 suited. An ace landed on the flop, shifting momentum sharply. Hesper's smile and handshake afterward became one of the most replayed acts of sportsmanship in modern poker. Gael Bauman, 2012, WSOP, main event. Bauman's story became famous for the opposite reason. She held pocket aces and lost to pocket jacks in one of the final table bubble hands. Andras Koroknai's jacks flopped a set, ending Bauman's deep run. Her calm exit and measured grace turned a cruel beat into one of the series' most respected moments. Daniel Negreanu vs. Gus Hansson, high-stakes poker, 2006. Negreanu's pocket jacks met Hansson's pocket 10s on a televised cash game stage. A 10 appeared on the flop, giving Hansson a set and the pot. Negreanu took the loss with a quiet nod and laugh, showing the patience that defines true professionals. The online era. During the early 2000s boom, forums like 2plus2 dubbed pocket jacks the heartbreak hand. Countless players overplayed them and blamed bad luck. The best online pros, Tom Dwan, Patrick Antonius, Phil Galfond proved that jacks could be steady winners when handled with range awareness and positional logic. Their success redefined the hand's reputation from curse to challenge. Across all these stories, a single pattern appears. The players who succeed with jacks are the ones who stay calm when the pressure rises. Cunningham's patience, Hesp's humility, Bowman's grace, Negreanu's composure, all reveal the same truth. Pocket jacks test ego more than math. When you study these moments, focus less on who won and more on how they behaved. Notice the breathing, the posture, the quiet rhythm of thought. The greats treat every showdown as one small step in a long conversation with the game. Pocket jacks remind you that peace and discipline outlast variance. They are not a curse or a blessing. They are a mirror, reflecting how you manage tension, how you accept loss, and how gracefully you move forward to the next hand. Chapter 29. Learning from Every Showdown. Every showdown in poker tells a story. Some are small and quiet. Others feel seismic, filled with tension and revelation. Whether you win or lose, each one contains information about your opponents, about your strategy, and about your own state of mind. Pocket jacks are the perfect lens for learning these lessons. They appear often enough to build experience, yet they create enough uncertainty to teach humility. Each time you turn your cards face up, you have a chance to grow. When you reach showdown with jacks, the outcome may feel simple. You either win or lose. But the true value lies in what the moment reveals. Did your opponent call too light? Did you overvalue your hand? Did the line you took make sense against their range? Poker rewards the player who sees learning as profit. Every showdown is a data point in a much larger map. Let's begin with a simple example. You raise to 6 with jacks, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 10 of hearts, 6 of clubs, and 3 of spades. You bet small. The big blind calls. The turn brings the queen of hearts. You check. They check. The river is the 2 of diamonds. You check again. They bet 12. You call. They show 10-9 suited. You lose a small pot, but you gain something far greater. Clarity. You now know they float flops with weak top pairs and rarely double barrel. That knowledge shapes every future hand against them. In poker, information is currency. Showdowns are your free audit. They expose patterns that no statistic or software can. You see which players bluff too often, which ones overvalue pairs, and which ones fold too easily. Each time your jacks go to showdown, make a quiet mental note. What did their bet sizing say? What did their timing reveal? And how did your line influence the result? The key is detachment. Emotional players fixate on the result, the sting of losing or the rush of winning. Disciplined players fixate on the lesson. If you win, ask whether your bet sizing maximized value. If you lose, ask whether your fold frequency should increase next time. The goal is not perfection. The goal is awareness. Here's a tournament example. You raise with jacks and get called by the button. The flop comes 9 of spades, 8 of diamonds, and 5 of clubs. You bet. They call. The turn brings the ace of hearts. You check. They check. The river is the 2 of spades. You bet small. They call with ace-king. You lose. But you realize that their check on the turn disguised strength. They slow-played top pair. The next time they check back in position, you remember that pattern and avoid bluffing. The loss turns into a future saving. Learning from showdowns also sharpens your emotional control. Every time you turn over jacks and see a better hand, you practice acceptance. Each time you win quietly, you practice humility. Those repetitions build mental muscle. Over time, variance loses its emotional grip. The ups and downs fade into steady rhythm. You begin to think like a scientist observing an experiment, not a gambler chasing fortune. One powerful way to learn is to review hands after a session. Write down the showdowns that mattered, the big wins, the confusing losses, the unexpected bluffs. Then replay them slowly. Ask yourself not just what happened, but why. What made your opponent confident enough to call? What made you hesitate to fold? The goal is not judgment, it is curiosity. Jacks teach that curiosity because they often sit on the edge of clarity, good enough to call, risky enough to question. Another lesson from showdowns is range recognition. When you reveal jacks and see what your opponent held, you begin to see patterns in their range construction. Maybe they 3-bet small pairs, maybe they flat medium ones, maybe they bluff too often with ace high. These patterns become invaluable when decisions grow larger later in the session. Here's a cash game example. You raise with jacks and get called by 2 players. The flop comes 9, 7, and 4. You bet. Both call. The turn brings a 5. You check. The first player bets. The second folds. You call. The river is a king. You check. The opponent checks and shows 10-8 suited. You lose again, but you learned how far they chase open-ended draws. That lesson will earn you more than this pot ever could. Sometimes the best lessons come from the pots you fold before showdown. Even when you never see their cards, you learn from the rhythm of the hand. But when you do reach the end, you confirm your instincts. You see whether your earlier reads were true. Over time, this feedback loop strengthens intuition. Poker becomes less about guessing and more about remembering. Emotional discipline amplifies this process. When you stay calm at showdown, you can observe clearly. When you react emotionally, you miss the lesson. The mind closes under frustration. Professionals train themselves to treat every reveal as neutral information, not verdict. You cannot control which card falls, but you can control what you notice afterward. There is a quiet peace that comes from this kind of reflection. You stop chasing justice from the cards. You stop saying, "I should have won." Instead, you say, "I understand why I didn't." That understanding builds resilience. Each small realization adds to a growing structure of logic. You begin to see poker not as a storm of luck, but as a system of lessons. Let's look at one last scenario. You are deep in a live tournament. You call a raise with jacks from the small blind. The flop comes. Queen, 9, 5. You check call. The turn brings a 10. You check again. Your opponent bets big. You call. The river is a blank. They check back and show king-jack. You chop the pot. The hand seems uneventful, but it's deeply instructive. You saw how they managed position, how they slowed down on the river, how they avoided overplaying top pair. That information may decide your next big confrontation. Learning from showdowns is the heartbeat of poker growth. Every hand adds a note to your rhythm. You learn not through wins or losses, but through observation. Over months and years, the chaos begins to form patterns. You start to trust your internal map. The uncertainty never disappears, but your comfort within it grows. Pocket jacks remind you of this truth every time you play them. You will win small pots, lose big ones, and face hundreds of showdowns that test your patience. Each one, if studied calmly, adds to your wisdom. The hand becomes less of a burden and more of a teacher. In the end, every showdown is a mirror. It reflects your habits, your fears, and your progress. The calm player sees clearly and keeps learning. The emotional player sees only luck and stays stuck. Mastering jacks means mastering the mirror, looking at results without judgment, extracting truth from every reveal, and carrying that quiet understanding into the next hand, where the lesson begins again. Chapter 30. Peace with the Hand. Pocket jacks are not just a poker hand. They are a reflection of the player's mind, strong, uncertain, and constantly tested. Every player who has held them has felt that quiet mix of excitement and dread. They are powerful enough to win big pots, fragile enough to lose painfully, and frequent enough to keep teaching. To reach true mastery, you must find peace with the hand. You must stop fearing it, stop worshipping it, and start understanding it. Peace begins with acceptance. Jacks are not cursed, unlucky, or doomed. They are simply math. They win a little more than half the time against 2 overcards, and they lose often enough to feel unfair. The emotional story attached to them is human invention. Players project hope, fear, and pride onto them. When you strip away those feelings, what remains is balance, a hand that is neither blessing nor burden. It is only a test of your discipline. To find that calm, you must let go of outcomes. Poker's deepest frustration comes from expecting the wrong things. You expect jacks to hold against ace-king, and when they do not, you feel robbed. You expect a low flop, and when a queen appears, you feel cursed. These emotions do not come from logic. They come from attachment. Peace arrives when you replace expectation with preparation. You play the hand correctly and accept the result with no resistance. Imagine a session where you lose with jacks 3 times in a row. 1 time to a set. 1 time to a rivered ace. 1 time to a flush. The inexperienced player feels trapped in superstition. They start folding jacks out of frustration or overplaying them to get revenge. The calm player sees only patterns of probability. They review the decisions, not the outcomes. They ask, did I follow logic? Did I manage the pot correctly? Did I stay emotionally stable? If the answer is yes, there is nothing to fix. Peace is built through this quiet self-honesty. Over time, that acceptance creates freedom. You start to see the beauty of jacks, how they challenge your ego, train your patience and reward structure. They sit perfectly between the strength of queens and the uncertainty of tens. They make you think harder. They slow you down. They keep you humble. Peace also means balance in how you respond. When jacks win, celebrate with stillness. When they lose, breathe and move on. The steadier your energy, the stronger your decision-making becomes. Emotional highs and lows create noise. Calm repetition creates clarity. Professionals treat jacks the same way they treat fours or aces, as one data point in an infinite sequence. Here's a moment that captures this mindset. A professional sits in a late-stage tournament. The blinds are high. The tension is thick. They look down at pocket jacks. The crowd watches as they raise, face a re-raise, and then another. Finally, they fold. The audience murmurs. The pro smiles quietly, sips water, and waits for the next hand. Later, a replay shows they were right. Their opponent had aces. The fold did not win chips, but it preserved peace. That is mastery. Another player, new to the game, faces the same situation months later. They remember that clip. They remember the calm. They take a breath, think through the ranges, and fold. The same peace spreads through them. This is how discipline becomes generational, passed through quiet examples, not loud victories. Peace with the hand also comes from perspective. Poker is not about one night or one hand. It is a lifelong conversation between chance and skill. Every hand teaches something. Jacks just happen to teach it more often. They remind you that control lies not in the cards, but in your response. When you fold calmly, when you bet for the right reasons, when you lose without resentment, you are already winning something deeper than chips. Consider how jacks have accompanied you through your journey. They were there when you first felt confident enough to raise preflop. They were there when you suffered your first painful river card. They were there when you learned to manage tilt, to fold proudly, to read patterns, to trust discipline. They have been silent teachers, shaping your emotional intelligence one hand at a time. In time, you stop labeling them as trouble. You see them as a mirror. If you play them well, they reward you. If you chase with pride, they punish you. But the hand itself is neutral. Only your mindset gives it meaning. That realization lifts a weight off your shoulders. You start to see the game itself as neutral too. Luck fades. Ego softens. All that remains is process. Finding peace with jacks also teaches peace with yourself. You stop judging your play by short-term results. You learn to enjoy the structure of thought, the patience of observation, the small victories of awareness. The cards are simply a canvas for that practice. Let's imagine your final hand of a long session. You are tired but focused. You look down and see pocket jacks one last time. You smile. You raise. Someone re-raises. You think for a moment, recall the rhythm of the session, and decide calmly. Maybe you call. Maybe you fold. Maybe you win. Maybe you lose. Either way, your breathing stays steady. The chips move across the table, and you feel no spike of emotion. You just shuffle, watch the dealer, and continue. That is peace. Pocket jacks will always carry reputation. The trouble hand, the heartbreakers, the coin flip, but those are stories told by players still learning to let go. The truth is simpler. They are fair, honest, and neutral. They show you exactly where your emotional balance stands. When you can play them without fear or pride, you have mastered not just the hand, but yourself. In the end, peace with jacks is peace with the game. It is the understanding that poker, like life, cannot be controlled, only approached with clarity and respect. Every bet, every fold, every quiet breath is a chance to practice that calm. You stop trying to win every pot and start playing every hand beautifully. And in that stillness, when you make the right decision, accept whatever comes. Smile softly at the rhythm of the cards. You realize that peace was never about the result. It was always about the process. Pocket jacks was simply the guide that led you there.